Hi, Twitch.
What?
Let's go.
Hi. Hello, Twitch.
Tweet.
We are regrettably missing one of our players today. But on the upside, we have session starting. Which... Okay, well, that feels very bright. Okay. Funky recap time. Who dat? Who dat?
So we came up to Wistborn last session, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we went in there after bypassing the guard situation on the bridge, coming into the sort of uncontrolled area, and let's see, yeah. And so after that, we decided to go in to change our horses because our chocobos were kind of recognizable as being from Quito. So we want to fly under the radar. So we kind of like, okay, we're gonna phase those out and grab like real horses. So we ended up grabbing some like big, like powerful elk from Wistborn, I believe. And getting some like I forget what's her name. And Jin grabbed while we were doing that, Jin grabbed some food for Nilo while he's for like when we get to him, and Catherine did some scrying to check up on Nilo and see what's going on, and they basically just saw him like chilling out in a room. And then, so I think that was it. I think that's everything we did at Wistborn, right?
Yep. A little bit. No, you saw Jen went to go get some rabbit blood from the black market.
Yeah, food for Nilo. Yeah. And then, yeah, after that, we all waltzed our way out of there because we were done with Wistborn, and we need to clap, get this place going, get on the road. But while after that, I believe, how exactly did we find the magic shop?
You were directed there.
Yeah, by a shopkeeper in Wistborn.
Okay. So we directed to a nice little magic shop, by a shopkeeper, yeah, from Wistborn, and we decided to make a little pit stop, because we were going to have issues with scrying from basically the high noble houses, um, which we are fairly sure that are pretty heavily involved in what's going on here. So after that, so yeah, we stopped by and uh, sort of stopped by and grabbed some charms to basically ward against scrying. And Catherine recognized the shopkeeper, had a bit of an awkward interaction there, and yeah, they vibed. Uh, Suki went in the back to do something. I don't remember what that was. I kind of spaced out at that point. And then we skedaddled. And now we're back on the road.
Mostly shop roleplay.
Now we're back on
Dealing
the
with
road.
my exes? What are you talking about?
Shop roleplay.
I swear I have not screwed all of the merchants in this realm. Just most of them.
Just the ones we're gonna see.
How many are we up to now?
Only 3?
We're at 3.
Yeah.
That's actually a high number.
We go to the elf village. Or talk to every merchant. Oh, do you know Catherine? Everyone coming up from their stands. Oh, we all know Catherine.
For other reasons.
We've been to 3 places.
Just everyone raise a hand if you have fucked this half elf. Everyone raises their hand.
That's
Walk
why they
into it.
call me the slut of the East Coast.
When was the last time Catherine was in the Elven City? Didn't you?
0. She's
That's what
never
I
been
thought.
there.
Never been there.
But everyone there knows Catherine.
Literally, she was told not to go there, specifically by her mother.
Valid.
Was like, nah, we don't go there. We don't fuck with them no more.
We'll fuck with the Elven village. That place blows.
Nah.
Ah, it's fine.
She
it's
literally
fine,
got
don't
told
worry.
by her mom, like, hey,
Don't go there.
we are excommunicado. Do not go to the Elven Kingdom. Nilo gets captured to the
Yeah.
Elven Kingdom. Catherine. Fuck.
You had one job to not get captured. What did you do? You
Wait,
got
have you-
captured.
We're not captured yet.
Whoa. Hey, has Catherine mentioned that she's technically excommunicated from
No.
the city?
No. Nobody's asked.
Do you think anyone tells anyone anything in this group besides maybe Catherine?
No.
Catherine is the
People
more likely.
People
would
don't.
like to
Things come up when they come up.
This is great.
Can't lie to you if you don't ask.
True.
Oh my god.
And now, we had, and then, so basically you ended with, after talking with the shopkeeper, you got various, things enchantment. Enchantment. And because of that, several people got their own things. I still need to change your thing. I still need to change your border, Godwin, because you are no longer subject to back attacks while you're wearing a hat.
Man
Yeah.
can't get back shots.
Physically immune to back shots.
Yeah.
Is my golden power, my pride.
And Adam got a locket that is basically now immune to being damaged or destroyed. Except
Yeah.
through the wish spell. Because that's the
Mhm.
qualification for every magic spell. And it's to always add, except through the wish spell. No. And now you are standing. Jen is inside the snow globe, talking with Yip Yap, and everyone else. I think Gonwin, you would have. Let's see. I'm not sure if you were still in the shop. I think we were gonna. I think we're gonna start with Catherine and Adam talking outside the shopkeep on their way out. So I think y'all want to just talk.
Okay.
This is right after Catherine was like, I'm gonna go now. Oh yeah, and this is my boyfriend. And then you left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty base.
So Adam immediately dead stops as soon as they're around the door. Hang on. Cough. Grabs Kat by the wrist, pulls her close, and
Hi.
say, "What the fuck was that?
I was panicking.
Boyfriend?"
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to be if you don't want to. I feel like we've been growing closer, and you know, I know you were kind of hesitant when we ran into another one of my exes, and I thought that was a way to kind of show that, like, I would like to be more committed to you in a sense.
He kind of gets this nervous look on his face and says, "You don't want to do that."
Issues I already have, but as I said, it's up to you whether or not you want to accept that.
I'm just saying now, it's a bad idea. me and relationships, they don't tend to end very well.
Darling, I made a contract with an all-powerful being dating you would not be my worst idea.
Is that what the runes on your bones are about?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I made a contract with the collector. Um, they have my brother's soul at the moment and are holding it hostage. And I have to complete this mosaic of powerful monsters, and then they will give me my brother's back, or at least his soul.
You kind of see him brow furrowed, and then sudden, as he's connecting dots, and he kind of gets this look of realization as he says, "You've met her, haven't you?"
Only person I've met. Are you? What do you mean? Give me a little bit more. Who is her?
He pulls out the sketch, the parchment with the sketch of the beautiful woman on it.
Oh yeah, that's Maleficent.
Okay. Well, good to know, I guess.
Well,
You should know that she's the one I've been hunting.
oh, oh, oh. She kind of like her face just kind of goes through all stages of emotion very quickly, and then she just kind of um. She's very alluring. So I mean,
Yeah, that's how she gets you. Usually.
gotcha. Well, that's a lead. We know she's still alive.
What did you and her talk about?
There was not a lot of talking, in all honesty.
Why?
I mean, she just kind of like gets red and just kind of like looks to the side and just. I mean, our mouths were preoccupied.
Oh my god.
How would I know? We were also astral projections. It wasn't even our physical bodies. I.
You had astral sex with my abusive ex.
What would you put it that way?
Okay.
I didn't know. She didn't even give me her name.
Yeah.
I had to give her the name Maleficent.
Well, it's not Maleficent. It's Margaret. Or Grimtara, apparently, is her actual name, or what she's actually called. I don't. It's a
Interesting.
little weird.
To be totally honest, I'm surprised the collector hasn't collected them if they're such a powerful being.
She's,
Slippery bitch.
yes. Very much so. Much better
Well,
to have her on your side than against you.
well, at the moment, she thinks that we're on the same side, at least myself and her. More acquaintances than anything. Also, it was okay. I won't give her that much credit.
It was amazing.
Yeah, it was fucking amazing. I'm sorry, I can't even lie about that.
Look, I'm sorry, this is a lot to take in.
Here, how about this? I will give you all the information I have on the collector, everything that I know about what he's doing so far, and if I ever have any more out of body experiences, I will stay away from her. And to try to figure out what else is going on and or how to get an audience with them to get to her.
You would do that? For me?
Yes. For you, I'd move heavens and earth, and well, I feel like that's just a simple task at this point.
You're sure about all of this?
The
She needs.
odds, the
She's
odds
very
of that
dangerous.
are low. I mean, yes, but so is half our party. In all honesty,
No, this is. She's a whole other. A whole other beast.
then we'll face it together. I'd rather face it together than one and by ourselves.
He kind of gets that look on his face that he gets, that unreadable expression. He says, "All right, I guess we'll do it together. Boyfriend and girlfriend."
So you're willing to
And
accept that title? You don't have
Yeah.
to. It's
No,
okay.
no, it's okay. I'm fine with it. Just don't blame me if things go sour.
It'll be hard to sour this. But, like all good things, there are different ways for it to happen and occur. So, that sounds like a solid start. And now that I have a bit of a clearer picture as to what we're looking for, this will definitely make hunting information for her down a little bit easier.
Clover kind of pops up on his shoulder and says in a very loud whisper, says, "See, he was right." And Adam just kind of shushes her and
Who was
says,
right?
"No one. Let's
Looks
get
at
this."
looks at Clover.
Clover kind of covers her. She kind of squawks and covers her mouth with her beak with her wings. And Adam just says, "I'll share with you everything that I know about her back in the snow globe."
If you are comfortable, do not push yourself. I have offered all of the information that I have. I do not expect anything in return.
You're something else, Catherine.
Yes. Most people consider me a necromancer.
I mean, yes, I imagine so. That's not really what I meant, but okay. Let's get back in the snow globe. I'll share with you what I've learned through my research. We'll work this out.
Who are you giving the
Yeah.
snow globe to?
and
I think Catherine's holding on to it for the time being, but I think she wants to collect everybody first before
yeah, as you say that,
moving forward.
Godwin opens the door to the shack and he's like, research about what? And he's like eating an apple like really loudly.
Um,
Is that an enchanted apple by chance? You did just come out of an enchanted magical shop.
there
Nah, he's got a
are.
normal apple. He's like looking between the two of you.
Adam just says,
Am I interrupting something?
Yes.
"Your mom
Um,
jumps
Oh.
into the snow globe." Yes,
There's
that's
a lot of-
canonically happening. I'm making that happen now.
It's
Nice.
fine. There are just some logistical research aspects that we're trying to figure out in regards to Nilo and everything else that's going on.
All right.
Suki's gonna come up behind Godwin and be like, "Are you just going to let that one slide? He brought your mother into this."
You can go after him, and she'll kind of hold the snow globe up to them.
Godwin's gonna step aside. He's like, I'm not. He's like,
Just like a hand on your shoulder, like, "Are you like whispering into your ear? Are you really going to let him get away with that?"
Godwin's gonna steps aside and usher Suki forth, like that like hand gesture of like a please after you. He's like uh
Oh,
Like,
by all means, are we ready to depart?
I think
I think we
so.
are.
Well, actually, Godwin, we'll need
What
you
we're doing?
out because we'll need to figure out. I mean, you know the city better than the rest of us, so
Oh yeah. Listen, I've been thinking, and I pretty much have free reign of coming in and out because of my position there. But you guys are a little trickier. I'm
why
I could
I
probably
find
get the
scrying rune on the snow globe.
yeah. I can get the snow globe in and out, but whole people might be a little more difficult.
Why we have it?
Exactly.
Oh, and yeah, and the snow globe also got enchanted with the same magic that Adam's necklace has in terms of the imperviousness nature of it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It got a
Is
small
that-
shielding
And
ward.
I spend a lot of money.
So, I have
And,
some questions about the snow globe. So refresh my memory. It resists scrying.
At the moment, yes.
Is that all it does?
It's now indestructible too, right?
Okay. So it can't be damaged, and you can't or you cannot, or it's difficult to scry into it.
Correct.
Does it detect as magic?
It does.
Probably.
probably.
I'll test that. Like I want to test.
I can give you a 98% positivity. It
Mm.
probably will. It is a magical item.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I'm carrying it, they won't detect it.
They can't
Mm.
scry into it,
Are
basically.
you
Wait,
saying that as in you have something that when you're holding it makes it appear non-magical?
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hide the magic aura.
So
Cool.
you're saying you want to come?
How acceptable or how easily are you going to be able to move around through Grana though?
That's the question.
That's
Yeah.
the question.
That's great, fine, and dandy.
Yeah.
Godwin, we know,
Yeah.
has an all-access pass at the moment.
Yeah. Other races aren't expressly forbidden from the area, right?
It just might be a bit harder
It's
to.
just, you'll stand out more. That's for sure.
And you also have the collar on you, which I know you can hide, but
Yeah.
so
And one more thing. If you're coming through outside the snow globe, you are going to have to register your magic signature with the office.
oh, I mean, I could just do that. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
I don't like I don't take kindly to being registered.
Well, you know.
I don't mind because at this point, I feel like I have enough notoriety by myself that it shouldn't matter.
Everyone's gotta do it. Yeah. 'Cause
Well,
you guys
but
would
we
be
still need to safely get to there.
Yeah. Oh, that shouldn't be too much of an issue.
You
I
You
see,
guys would be registered as active magical individuals since anybody who's able to cast physical spells
Right.
will be tagged and labeled. And then other
Huh, like cattle. How menacing.
exactly.
it's more like a fingerprint, really.
Perfect. And other than that, less the less magically inclined things tied to more of your magical race and background. Those are
That-
latent. Those are categorized as latent, and generally aren't considered enough of a threat to warrant tagging. And that's where yours truly falls in. So,
You see Jin go.
Suki?
You do see Yip and Yap. You will see Jin go towards you will hear Jin mention about the magic shop that everyone is outside of at the moment
Mhm.
before going off to give a long talking to Hero. A very
Okay.
very long talking to Hero. Possibly an
Yeah.
entire few hours worth of talking to Hero.
They have to give him a very long, drawn-out conversation.
Mhm.
Got out.
They're going to have a
So,
very
Okay.
intelligent conversation for the next few hours,
Okay.
you feel.
okay.
All right.
They
Well,
would.
Saber better get some some background. I want Saber to have some deets after this, some
Yeah.
details.
Jin has hero lore after this.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hero lore.
So I would say you're gonna have what I remember that Saber said they were cooking the blood into some type of treat or something or some
Yes.
type of food. What was the name of the food you were making?
Blood pastries.
Blood pastries. I would say that
Oh,
Yip
honey
and Yap,
buns.
they made blood honey buns. I would say that Yip and Yap helped cook them with them, and Yap took one as a treat, and they would start heading out the snow globe.
They would stop
To
you from
go
taking that treat if they could.
after they left already.
You would be having to steal that. It is literally the blood. It is literally a month's supply of food for your king. It is literally though. It is like essentially like stealing their insulin.
Okay, how about you answer me? So is Jin just carrying this whole thing of treats we just made over to Hero?
No, not taking it to Hero. They would make that, and then afterwards they would store it in a proper area excluded from everyone else, and then go talk to Hero.
So
feel
it
like they
has
would
a
just-
note on it that says "Do not touch."
It does have a note on it that
That
says "Do
means
not
you,
touch."
Yip and Yap.
Yeah, that's in like tiny. It's in
It-
tiny font, but they have one for every single party member.
Yeah.
The app opens up the container and takes one on their way out.
That will have ramifications later. It is a month. It is exactly a 1 month supply of essentially Nilo's insulin, and you just took one week's worth.
Wait,
Why?
one pastry is 1 week's worth?
Yes, they have
I
it
thought we were-
once a week.
You don't know that in character, though.
You
You
don't.
don't know that in
Why are you
character.
taking?
Why are you?
Why? What was the brain process of? I'm gonna go take these things.
Is-
The brain process is we're going to throw Yip out and then leave.
Okay, I'll just not take it then.
If your
I'm-
character would take it, your
I'm
character
not
takes
taking
it.
I'm not taking it now. I'm just gonna go out of
Is
the
it,
snow globe.
So many questions. You pop out.
I'm sure that
You're hanging out
Jen
with
would give
Suki
you
and
a.
Godwin and I.
I just need a thievery
I'm-
check if you plan on taking it behind Jin's
I'm
back. I
I'm
just need a
I'm
thievery check.
I'm not taking it.
I'm sure
Hello.
that Jen would.
Hi, Yip.
I'm sure
Hi,
that
Yip.
Jen
What's
would
up?
talk to Yip and Yap and be like, "Now
Yeah.
Nilo needs this.
To literally
Yeah, because
not
I
very
wasn't-
much.
I was-
to live."
I wasn't given any context for why these are important.
Yeah, Jen would probably give you like a.
Yes,
Jen
if
would-
Jin would tell me
Jin
why, then Yap's not gonna take one. I was going in with the logic of
You would
Jin
also
told me
know,
nothing.
You would also know just from Nilo being the king. Metagame, Yip and Yap would know based off being with Nilo a short period of time.
Okay, going along. I'm going out of the snow globe.
Yeah. Hi. What's up?
You see two kobolds now suddenly appear outside of the snow globe that you were holding mid conversation with Godwin.
Okay. So Jin got us a little caught up to what's going on. So we're planning on how to get into Garania, then.
Grana, yeah.
Corona, yeah.
Garania, got
I
it.
think it's really fitting that your character doesn't know the name of the city.
It
Oh,
is also fair.
100%.
Garania. That's trying to go for what
Grania?
Jin told me. Garania.
Cool.
Grania.
Yeah, no. I mean, we're
Yeah.
in the outskirts right now. We're just trying to figure out the best way to get in. Probably going to just have everybody hang out in the snow globe and have Godwin bring us up to at least the station, and then go from there.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
bring us through.
What they
Uh,
did they have like magical tracking or something in Garania?
We are
and-
worried about it. We just don't know.
I mean, like if we bring the snow globe, will they detect us?
Oh no, we
Not-
have anti-magic on it now.
Oh, okay.
Magic items aren't registered through it, and some of the more dangerous kinds are registered, but I have my ways around that. And
Okay.
the other issue is actually magical persons. They do log and record your magical fingerprint, your signature. So I was planning on keeping most of you more magical folks out of line.
Looks at the 5
Uh,
spellcasters.
So just have all of us in the snow globe and you go and carrying us. Okay.
And if you want, I mean, I can also just carry the snow globe. It's not a problem.
That's fair. Listen,
Just send the 2 elves in.
What time
to
is it
you.
in game?
So you left the city.
It's like late afternoon.
Yeah,
isn't
it would be late afternoon for the
Yeah.
is late afternoon at the end of this of essentially the because it was 4 hours, 8 hours. It was nighttime. It went to daytime in the Fox Village, and now it's getting to evening in here. So it is about evening of technically you are approaching the end of the second night or the end of the second day.
Yeah, so
I
it's been about 48 hours since Neela's been
Yeah.
taken.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now meta, this is a terrible idea. Not meta, in character, this is a great idea. If we were to wait until tomorrow, I could veil the magics on your person such that they wouldn't even notice the snow globe.
I'll be honest, I'm not really worried about it.
I'm terrified of it. We're all going to be hiding in there.
That's true if they do.
And the snow globe is a powerful magical item.
Fair.
Whoop,
Oh.
ignore that. I pressed the wrong button.
Mhm.
I was like, wait, what?
It's time for the intermission.
Yay!
Ignore that.
Weird
Like,
time to have a break.
Next.
It's break time, y'all.
It's break
Alright.
time.
Gets up.
I'm getting my required break in and just walks
Mhm.
away.
Suki, but kind of in a rush.
Yes, we are in a rush.
Not much time.
The
Too much time for not enough of a point, you know?
I don't know if we want to stay in one place for too long though either. Because as much as like I could talk with Bridget and see if she's willing to hold on to the snow globe for a night and we just all vibe in the snow globe for a night.
Hmm. I still don't like the sound of that. I want to get started.
I don't like the sound of it either. I want to get
No,
in.
that's absolutely unacceptable.
And now it's quick as possible.
Oh, you can always.
You suggested it.
I don't know what else to say to this situation.
I don't know.
Hmm.
So yeah, I'm gonna be honest, it won't really need it that much.
If you want to hold on to the snow globe, I don't have a problem with you holding on to the snow globe and you two running in.
But I will draw more attention.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's why I was recommending myself and Godwin.
Yeah, the base amount of attention.
Hmm.
And also, yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I would be perfectly okay with Suki coming with. We draw a little attention, yes, but not anything too significant. There are some other beast folk wandering around in there.
Well, and it's one of those where it's like the odds that Grana is on sudden high alert for us is low. I mean, it's not like they're going
Unlikely.
to outwardly admit that they have captured
Yeah.
our king. And we don't even know if it was actually them or if it was a secondary group, which it probably was. We could get authorities involved in this.
They
Oh,
are
I'm
the
planning to.
authority. Godwin is the authority.
I
Exactly.
somehow highly doubt that would be effective.
Well, I'm going in
Might
there
be
anyway.
effective in getting us caught.
Well, I'm going in anyway. 'Cause I need at least some of their files for this. And Godwin's gonna pull out one of the rock shards that the geomancer mage created, and he's like, I want them to run the signatures on this, because there are elves in there, and Grana, if they're coming to Grana, then they might be from here. They might have their signatures on file. Them being actively magical. Any more information is better than no information.
I don't want my signature to be on file. I think I would rather fly under the radar.
Okay.
Colin's gonna give like a little bit of a smirk. He's like, "No, why is that?" He's gonna like stare daggers at Suki, like hold direct eye contact.
Suki's just gonna give a big smile and is like, I think you know why.
Unfortunately, I do. But that's neither here nor there. You're under. Guy was gonna look around at the people surrounding him. He's like, "What am I saying? You're not under. No one here is under good enough watch." Ugh.
I'm on parole, Godwin. What's the matter?
You're too loose and unrestricted, but whatever.
Did Yep have anything to add?
Mm, not really.
You just see a kobold staring at you.
I mean, I don't. They don't know
Cool.
anything about the city or town or how to get around it.
I've hired this kobold
Yeah.
to stare at you.
Oh, damn it, you beat me to it.
Same sentence, same time.
Puts on yep to just blink at you.
Oh yes, yes.
Mhm.
By the way, Yap won't be coming with us into the city.
Are we?
He'll draw way too much attention. A single kobold is common, not very common,
Mm.
but it's fair enough. But
Well,
that
I thought it was gonna be us in the snow globe though.
yes, but coming out of the snow globes, I'm assuming you want to see the city at some point.
I mean,
You're not gonna
isn't
be
the,
in there the entire time.
isn't the whole point to find Nilo? Why would we go sightseeing around the city?
Yeah. Once we get Nilo, I mean, we'll probably need you guys to help bust them out, and then at
Hey,
that point we can start working on the escape plan, which I already have backup plans in place.
Hey, Yip. Goblin's gonna put his hand on Yip's shoulder and he'd be like, both hands on both of Yip's shoulders. And he'd be like, Yip, you do understand that to find Nilo, right, they would most likely be somewhere within the city.
I'm pretty sure
Mm.
they understand that, and you're just being derogatory at this point.
Mm.
Oh no, go on.
Uh-huh.
So are you putting your hands on him in like an aggressive way or just
No, this
Yeah,
is
oh,
in
yeah.
the way of like a teacher like puts their hands on
Man's just
someone and be
just
like,
Godwin's
good
like
supported you.
Godwin's like 200 years old, so they're basically very old man.
they're very it's like an old mentor just like
It's like the
hands-
old Sunny boy.
like, I'm just Godwin doesn't know that you understand.
Yes, I understand that they're somewhere in
He's making sure. He's like,
somewhere in the
"There's a
city,
gun
but
city." And we're
yeah.
and Yap is a very unique individual.
Mhm.
We'd be recognized practically on
Mhm.
sight.
Mhm.
Like
And
there's
you-
not really much covering that up, right?
Catherine's just shaking her head, just like God fucking damn it.
I mean, Yip looks at himself as he has his afro images and his sword sticking out of his spine. I mean, I'm already kind of obvious to most people.
I
As
mean,
you see his after images become slightly more erratic.
All right.
you can hide it surely. That
I-
thing you're doing.
It's not something I can really control.
Oh, you're going to have to stay in the snow globe then.
Yeah,
You'll be
sorry.
getting a lot of looks.
unless you come in and you register yourself, you probably won't be coming out of the snow globe anytime soon.
Mm.
I'm going to be
Okay.
honest.
Suki, Yap, into the snow globe.
Mhm.
As you
Mm.
wish.
Okay then.
Once they're in the snow globe, Catherine's gonna turn to Godwin. One, I think they got it after the first time. Two, what give me a rundown of the magic and anti-magic that Grana has in place.
Oh yes.
Let's walk
Yo,
and talk.
So you order
Yo,
39
what?
on your elf lore. You order very high on your elf lore. You would
Let's
know,
walk and talk. So
yeah,
we're heading
you
into
would
the
walk and
city.
you would
Going to
know
there.
that all of the because of the way the dungeons, especially of like set up like we mentioned before, you know that most of the dungeons have anti-teleportation magic inside the dungeons, because else you could just teleport to the end every time without hesitation. Um, you do know that the elves basically would, especially when like coming to that, of the city itself, magic flows extremely freely. There is essentially, I mean, it is people who have had hundreds of years to collect bibs and bobs. There is almost a palpable like magic in the air of the Elven City. It is basically the most magical city in the entire continent, as far as you would know. There is basically elementals that will walk around every now and then doing certain things. You know that the elves seem to keep to basically their own things, and you see the vampires mostly keeping to their things. They don't really interact very much, but they do cohabitate in the same city. In terms of anti-magic, anything that is obviously a very strong, like harmful magic, mostly tries to keep itself under wraps, as they can't just have anyone walking around casting chain lightning on the city. So it doesn't stop magical trinkets and bobs from happening, but any high level mage or magic does need to essentially there's almost like a very small warding effect against higher level magic, not so much lower level, but the higher level magics are basically requiring special trinkets to be able to even cast in the first place in the city.
I would say that because of their like cultural reverence of fire,
Hmm.
all fire magic is um like the
You're in a
anti-magic would
forest.
spread to all fire magic,
Yeah,
and you have to get registered with like a license for fire magic.
yeah.
You have to state like a reason and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you would have to basically, especially being in a giant forest itself, they are really keeping a close eye on anything fire related. It is the one of the things. That's why you find things like water mages, earth mages, air mages, but fire is one of the most dangerous spells due to the city that you're in and due to the structure, because almost all of the buildings in the Elven City are made of some sort of wood, some sort of homegrown wood that has been around for as long as some of the elves itself. Some people even have grown their own homes from giant trees that were planted whenever they were born, and then 200 years later, they are now living using that tree as a home.
Yeah. Yeah. But it is definitely a like reverence thing.
Yeah.
It isn't like a like protection against fire thing. It is fire is not meant to be used this like
Harmful.
so frivolously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Catherine,
This is all
cast a
the
fireball.
I mean, if you want.
you can draw.
You know that? You know what they'll really love? The elves. They revere fire magic, man. If you cast a fireball right now, man, they're gonna worship you. I swear. That's how it works, man.
It's totally
I
how
don't
it works.
believe you.
Just narrows eyes.
Actually, no. Doop, ba-doop.
What the hell is vision, and why don't I have it?
I'm moving everyone's tokens
You're
out
not
of
on the.
bounds.
You're not here. You're not
You're
You're
here.
not on
What
the
the fuck?
list.
Get out of here. You're not on the list. You're in the
not
on
snow
the
globe. You don't get to see shit.
The whole party just
Oh.
walk straight forward into the town.
Oh my
No. Is Catherine going to be outside or inside of the town? Who's actually walking into the town? Visibly walking in.
Catherine and Godwin are walking in. Catherine
Both are
has
walking
snow
in.
globe.
I got a snow globe.
Okay, and then let me get Bear's camera vision for everyone.
So how are you planning to keep the snow globe hidden?
Oh, I have
Or-
no intentions of. I have minimal
Uh,
intentions of keeping this hidden.
I still
Perfect. We can
have
work with that.
no vision.
Do you? Oh yeah.
I-
Let me check Bear.
She just kind
it's a Bear
of
thing.
puts it in her backpack, basically.
You're like, fair enough.
There we
I
go.
can
I don't.
I'm still
I,
getting.
don't-
I'm
I
still
have.
getting the scene set up.
You want to know how I'm going to stop them? I'm going to have a detective of their guard with me.
Exactly. I can twist a few arms if needed.
I I I really doubt it based on what I know of this city. If I'm wrong, then we're fucked. But I really doubt it.
You
This doesn't ask too
see,
many questions.
as you make your way into the city, the stable keeper is outside, tending to various, very almost some of the mystical creatures. You see one that looks like a giant jackalope. That's like it looks like it's like it has a tiny saddle, but it looks like it was maybe ridden by maybe a smaller creature. You see a few of the local elks that have been specifically trained. Various trinkets seem to dot various of the woodland animals. You even see what looks to be a very small red fox with a little tiny saddle on the back, but it's just an animal fox with a little saddle on its back, as it's kind of almost curled up in a very soft sitting position, kind of curled up around one of the stalls where the horses are, and various other of the like.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go past them and walk up to the gate.
You do have those two giant elk you bought. Did you put them in the bag of holding?
I thought they were in the they're gonna be in the snow globe.
Did you bring them into the snow globe?
I mean, we could also just be writing them
You
up.
could be writing them also.
That's what.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were riding them into the city.
Yeah, we're just writing them at this point because they know where to
We're writing them.
go. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. Yeah, we'll just write them.
How long do we have this lease for?
I think you
Oh, I
bought
bought them.
You bought Suki bought them specifically.
With my gold.
Do we have these for the ride back? I forget.
Yes,
You
no,
bought
we
them.
have. Yeah, they were paid for.
Okay, sweet.
You own them
Yeah.
permanently. You own two elk.
Correct. Correct.
Let's go. Yeah,
We-
we're gonna.
I mean, we could stop at the stable if you want to have them rented out of the place. I mean, we are running low on spots inside the globe.
No,
Just-
it'll be fine. We don't. We have a place for them, and yeah, we have a
Barely.
good enough place for them. Barely,
Okay.
barely, it's fine.
Roll me a d20 to see how well the elk and the chocobo get along. They satisfy each other in the sense that they will tolerate each other. They make light conversation.
Well, we're riding the elk at the moment. We're not in the
riding
snow
the
globe.
elk.
Whenever they interact.
When they
with
go
you.
in. Gotcha. Yeah.
Good, yeah.
All right.
All right.
To the
Got
gate.
it.
Da-da-da-da-da.
the gate. Yeah.
You got. You
Is there
find.
anyone?
So are you gonna leave him with the stable keeper?
No, they're gonna go in the snow
Okay.
globe later.
Okay,
We're
You're
you're,
riding
just,
them.
you're riding them into the city.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The riders are coming. The riders are coming. You make your way into the city, and as you do, you see what looks to be a beautiful arch that seems to be made of a very fine, almost limestone looking arch that seems to have almost every single angle perfectly rounded all the way around. It's completely pristine. There's no wear or tear on any of the construction of it. It looks like it's never seen a single like wear or tear its entire life. Yet this arch itself has stood for such a long time. The trees in the city are very bountiful. The limbs themselves almost branch out in almost a poetic way. There is no twist or tangles, or the trees don't end up looking like they need pruning. Every single thing in the city just looks like it has been taken care of from this moment it was born until every single day up until now. It is the streets itself have been perfectly maintained. The area around, even the air itself, is similar to that area you found in the Kitsune village. It is clean. There is no bad odors in the air. There's almost a sweet scent of nature and flowers blooming in the actual city itself. And you can tell after you step through the archway with your mounts that it is a different environment here. You can feel the magical presence abound. You can see various smaller creatures flying through the air that seem to be going on from one task to another. A few others that seem to skitter around the ground beneath you. And as well as the people inside the city seem to be bustling through the various places. It's like every single person almost doesn't even bump into anyone. It's like every single person has made a morning routine of wherever they are traveling, and they have basically coordinated where everyone seems to be working almost walking in almost perfect lockstep of each other. It is almost harder to navigate with everyone so perfectly walking around with basically the most intentful walk you could imagine.
Okay.
Look, there's Wish.com Asterion. Anyways,
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna
Goblin.
say anything.
I will. I don't care.
Wow.
You do see that
Um,
one
Yeah.
group of the elves seems to be way more pristine than the others, whereas the others on the side seem to be accompanied by the smaller rabbit folk like characters, each one of them holding a beautiful scarf around their neck, one that almost seems to fluff up their fur in a very showy way. Some even having to go as far as to having full bandanas about their body. And they seem to be tracking along the other of the elven kin that you would recognize or think anyways Elvenkin, though Godwin you would know differently.
Hmm.
I
But
mean,
Yep.
Catherine,
Catherine knows too.
yeah,
Yeah.
you would
Yeah, I
not.
mean they spilled the beans on that
Yeah,
already.
Um.
So,
Alright. Where's your office?
first thing we go is, yep, the station. And yeah.
I would say it's about over here where the guild management it would be. We'll say the guild
Yep.
management
We just
is your station.
okay, guild management. Okay. So yeah, we come in and
Hop off
yeah.
the elk, hook him up to the post.
And yeah, we're just gonna walk through and do, the routine, like, blah blah blah, you got anything? Blah blah blah. No, nothing. Show badge, walk through. And yeah.
I'm with him.
Yeah, there was me.
Nice.
And yeah, Goblin's gonna go through and ask for yeah, I guess he's gonna ask for like records to like, the like clerk or whatever.
You gotta see as you gotta go through the building originally. You specifically, Catherine, do seem to draw the eyes of a few different elves. They can tell pretty much by looking at you that you aren't a full elf. It causes a few people to kind of turn their head a little bit, but not in a way that would be too obvious. Just with your natural perception, you would kind of see the almost just the subtle head tilts of someone that's kind of looking at you from the side of their head without trying to redirect their whole face towards you. But you can
Mm.
definitely feel that there is a large amount of people kind of that just look at you through that kind of side eye without really looking at you too directly. It's almost like they're scanning your body up and down, trying to fully make sure that what they think is correct is correct.
Catherine kind of pulls the shawl a little closer around her. And she starts kind of playing with the quill at the end of it. Um,
Godwin's gonna like clap his hands and like loudly announce like back to work.
Mm.
Like so direct it at
Yeah.
the people who were like giving glances.
Catherine very much so jumps at the sudden loud noise.
Yeah, and yeah, he's gonna ask for records.
Okay, you kind of say, you speak to essentially one of the main record keeper. We'll say it's this one right here. A very, what
Okay.
looks to be almost what would be this clean, almost softer skin faced, but you know this elf in particular is at least a few centuries old at this point, but their face betrays no age whatsoever. Their skin seems to be almost perfectly, almost glistening in the light of the area itself. But he does approach, and as you were saying for the records, yes, yes, Godwin, it's only been, what, it feels like such a short time since I last saw you. Already finished with your mission? Yes, the records have been tidied up since you last saw. We've organized things by decades for you.
Perfect. But I need to know. Can you bring up the let me see, what is it? The Nacion family homes and any properties that they own. And
Mm.
also, I need to talk to. Can you get me through to uh, our magical expert?
Ah,
I need to have him run a
yes.
few things.
Yes, yes, Prin has been very busy at work. There seems to be, well, and they kind of,
The
he
usual.
looks to the Geth in a second. You know that moon eclipse is coming up soon, and people's magic likes to get all out of whack sometimes doing that. I'm sure you're more than aware of what that means for the city, but it is just no more than a few days away, and so we're extra busy at work on that, but I'm sure Prin can make ample time for you. And yes, the Stanley family, I'd make sure to pull up the records for you.
Okay. Goblin's gonna like rub the bridge of his nose a little bit. He's like, of course we come back around that time. Well,
Mhm.
good luck. Tell yeah, tell all the lower officers to keep their eyes sharp and their ears sharper. Yeah, the usual.
Good luck, everyone else.
He
Kind
says
of
in,
whispers to Godwin. You want to explain yourself a little bit more? Or what does that mean?
Oh yes, sorry. During the eclipse, some of our mages get a little wacky, and the lower some of the lower more unsavory folk like to start mm, causing a ruckus. They know what I mean. Keep an eye out for magical shenanigans. He's gonna like lower his voice, uh, like really quiet, and be like, not any of our business. I show you.
you would go
Suki,
to,
meanwhile, would be like,
Mm,
"Oh, is it that time of year again? I'm so excited."
Yippee! Sarcastic
okay.
magic.
It's criminal crime-free crime day.
it it's literally crime. This is crime season.
Crime season. Oh my,
Magical crime
we're
season.
back and it's crime season. This is like
Suki's
what's it
wet
called?
dream.
Yes.
It's like
Purge.
Purge.
Yeah, it's like the purge.
It's like the
Except it's not
Purge.
illegal.
It's not legal,
uh,
but it's a tradition.
yeah. Meanwhile, you are going to Prin. I will give you like 2 bits of dialogue with Prin before I redirect to the Snowglow people.
Alright. Like so Prin, I know you're busy with all the latent magical shenanigans going on late, but this is important. I need you to analyze this. He's gonna pull out the rock shard. Like it was made it was made by a geomancer that's been causing trouble. I need you to tell me who it's from and where they are.
You kind of see, you see a very, very older gentleman. This you can tell this elf has been around a long time. They are not even hiding their face, like their age at this point. It is a very, very much older. As they kind of see them, kind of walk over to you. They have gotten this position by pure ability and power, more though than anything, as they are one of the most experts in the field of essential magic that you would know for detection magic and the like. And you see him kind of walk over. He has a very, very beautiful magical wooden cane. You would know that the wood of this cane is extremely ancient. This is from a tree breed that has died out a very, very long time ago, and he will not stop talking about his cane around other people, um, especially his magical cane. And he will come over to you, kind of using this cane to kind of walk over, and he picks up the rock and he says,
You approach them, yeah.
Let's see what we got here. A rock. Oh, the young geomancers these days. Back in my day, we didn't have to use things like rocks. We could just conjure so many other things. Everyone's loving to use the rock magic all of the time these centuries. And he kind of grabs in, starts kind of complaining about the young and upcoming geomancers of the world. Back in my day, we used to make things of wood. The city's made of wood, the streets are made of wood, everything's made of wood, and yet everyone wants to go play with rocks. I'll find this younger geomancer. Maybe when I'm done, I'll teach him the power of what wood can show. And he kind of lifts up his cane and kind of like
Sure.
points and kind of like stabs the like cane at you a few times. Wood is what we elves have been founded on, not rock and stone like some sort of dwarf.
Sure. Listen, I just. How long do you think this is gonna take?
These young geomancers are always so frivolous with their magic and their showiness. I'm sure their signature is drooled all over this like some young pup with a new stone as a toy. I'll have it done before you know it. Give me a few hours.
Few hours. All right. Let's see. That gives us plenty of time. All right. Thank you. I'll come back. Let's see. In 4 hours.
That should be enough. I'm sure these geomancers do nothing to hide their rock magic with people. They think the world is their oyster to grab and take instead of growing like it should be like the trees of old.
The guy was just gonna roll his eyes. He's like, yes, and turn around, like spin on his heel, and just walk back together.
Um, I guess next thing is to get my magical signature sorted, and as she goes to do that, we fade into the
Yep,
snow
Oh,
globe.
yep.
Sure.
There was your two bits of dialogue with the very angry
Yeah.
wood loving elf. Uh, Meanwhile, in the snow globe, uh, everyone is doing things. Describe those things for me.
all right. I give up. I don't know what it is. You're going to have to tell me. What is it that you spy? And before you answer, please know that this is the longest game of I Spy that I've ever had the displeasure of having.
Who's going to be playing I Spy with Suki?
Who's
Uh,
playing I Spy with Suki?
Hmm. Well, well, I said it was green, and it was and there was a lot of it.
There's not, it wasn't grass. It wasn't
Yeah.
the weeds or the flowers. What else do you see that's green around here? It's just rock and water.
hmm You
Uh, uh, This clover. Is it this clover?
Clover pops up. Did someone say Clover?
Well, yes, but we weren't talking about you, Clover. How are you, by the way?
Oh.
How are you, Clover?
I'm good.
Oh,
I'm so
that is.
excited. It's so happy. It's so much fun running with you guys. You're all so interesting, and yeah. I'm so used to traveling alone. Usually it's just me and Adam,
Mhm.
but all these parties has been so fun.
Have you
Uh,
heard anything interesting lately, Clover?
Um. And she's just like humming to herself as she gets lost in thought.
We'll say everyone's in the center area
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
As you're talking.
Center area.
I'm just talking to people. Or
Okay.
the giant.
Yeah.
I had to bring this Clover in from outside.
Yeah. You see, yep, it's like, no, it's, you pick up some, like, green moss that's on the wall.
Oh, you have to be kidding.
I don't know why you guessed it was leaves or anything outside. We're inside the main building, though.
They have true vision. They see all.
They see all the moss.
They see all.
They're the moss collector. That's why
Yeah.
they know how to. That's why they see all the moss. I didn't even see that there.
Mhm.
But anyway, Clover, so glad you're here. Any interesting things you heard lately?
She's still humming. She's lost in thought now. She's like,
Oh, we'll come back to Clover.
Would Clover announce Adam and Catherine's relationship together to the party?
hmm.
All right. Out of character, it's entirely up to you.
Yeah.
Suki has Clover picked for an easy mark, so it's kind of at that point.
Suki, I will go for your walls. Your bird is mine.
I'm trying to think if she would.
Like, oh, has anything interesting happened lately? Oh yeah.
Flashes
It's
back.
one of those where
just-
it's like, is them being in a relationship like
Excitable to
lesser
Clover.
than? Well, like it's like lesser
Well, it
than
would be
excitement than
exciting
the
to her.
other shit that was also
Yeah.
going on.
It would be exciting to her, but her thing is she doesn't talk about like she tries not to talk about like Adam
Mhm.
because she's very loyal and there's a lot that he wants to keep under wrap.
What would
So
what would Clover find exciting that's not related to Adam?
oh, I know. And she hops over to Adam and she digs into his bag of holding real quick, and she pulls out this like shiny little like shell. Like no, it's not a shell. It's like a little button that she found on the
Yeah.
ground. It's like a little iridescent button that she found on the ground outside of the enchantment shop. She hops over and she's like, look, I found a new friend. His name is George.
George.
You see, like go
How
over.
did you come by the name George?
I don't know. I just like it.
Ooh, shiny.
Well, it's a beautiful name.
You see, like,
Thank you, Clover.
yep,
You are the light of this party.
yep, looking wide-eyed at the shiny iridescent button. Ooh, shiny.
You like shiny too? I have
Yes.
so many shiny things. Wait. And then she hops over and she like tweets to Adam real quick and he just nods his head and she flutters. She's like dragging the bag of holding over to them and she's like digging in and like she's like kicking out and like there's like rocks and shells and there's like a bolt like a nail. Yeah, there's like a nail and there's like buttons and there's like really tiny gems that fell out of like rings and stuff. She's just kicking them out and so they're just scattering everywhere. All of these
Suki will
it's
pick up
basically
the
trash.
nail.
You
Suki
see-
picks up the nail and like sets it down on a surface somewhere that's not going to get stepped on.
Oh.
You know, someone who goes around bare pawed.
You see,
you know,
yep, like,
that's kind of like a priority.
yep, like starting to pile up like the little gems and stuff. You got your own little hoard.
Yes. I've collected. We've been collecting I've been collecting this the last 10 years ever since we started heading out on adventures, and now I have so many. I think I have. I don't know how many I have. Let me count. 1, 2,
Give
me
me
a-
While
give me
Four.
give me
You hear-
4,
You hear like a
4.
give me
like,
a 1D100, Adam.
1D100. Hang on.
While
Mhm.
God damn it, I forgot your bird's name and you just said it.
Clover.
Clover?
Clover.
Clover. While Clover is four. While Clover is counting, like Suki kind of loses interest in this conversation. Like Suki was hoping that you know, the easy mark would spill the beans or something, but you know, Suki will wander off at this
Mhm.
She
point.
gave a little bit of a hint of something.
Oh,
She did
okay.
say it's been 10 years.
And they got 4 things.
That is true.
I mean, it's a whole ass pile of things. She just can't count past 4.
She has
Mhm.
4. You just
Yeah, I think that Suki will go and look for Adam wherever he is.
You
Or
Adam's
just-
Hero, or I mean, you
Hero
know,
or Jin.
probably
I'm gonna
whoever he
say
can find, whoever they
I'm
can
gonna-
find.
I'm gonna say they were talking over here. He's like across the room reading
Mhm.
like a poetry book or something.
Awesome.
Quickly cut in before you guys enter our station. You see like like make some sort of like weird static noise, and Yap's like, oh, it's 43. Yeah. I don't know.
Wow! You guys
Yep.
can do that?
Yeah. Yap has really good at counting up treasure and such. Mhm.
Do you guys have treasure?
Oh yes, you see Yap like open like his bag of holding and starts putting out his own like shining rocks, some really shiny coins. You see him pull out like bottles filled with like really colorful liquids. I have my own pile of shinies.
Oh my gods! Ah! They're so shiny! Ah! She's just like having the. She's like fangirling at this point.
You see, yep. Actually, I'm trying to track something real quick. You're gonna
Also,
see.
Adam,
Mm-hmm.
based off that D100 roll, that button that you got outside of the magical shop is a button that prevents you from being hit by natural lightning.
Nice.
Nice.
You see Yep like start like piling up all the hoard of treasures together, and he pulls out like a little ring that has like a slight crown design and places it on top Clover and places her on top of the hoard. Now you're the king. You're the king of the hoard.
I'm the king of the horde! And she's like
Mhm.
flapping her wings excitedly and just cooing excitedly. And she's like, I've never been a king before. What do kings do?
You hoard over all their treasure and protect it.
Yay! Ah! Okay, we can go to.
Yes. You can. Yap is just watching them. Just.
Oh, precious.
I've now added the button to
The
Adam's
button.
character sheet.
The
It's a,
button.
it's a minor magically enchanted item. Mostly those for paranoid people.
Very nice. Suki kind of walks up to Adam, not making a sound as they walk across the floor. Not in like what's it called?
Stealthy?
Not like they're
Wow.
hunched over like a stealthy man, but like in a subtle way.
They just slide in.
Yeah, they just kind of slide into the scene almost.
Slide into Adam's DMs.
They just slide in.
Oh, Adam! I
Ah.
was sorry, I didn't
Watch
mean to
your quiet.
startle you. I just wanted to know how you do it.
How I do what?
Well, let me put this a different way, maybe a better way. Where did you meet Clover? I'm so curious. And you see Kenko kind of like slithering around, is also like listening in.
Why do you want to know?
And Suki's shoulders kind of drop a little bit. And then their facial expression kind of stiffens, maybe, would be the right word. And they look away for just a moment. Well, you see. And then Suki will turn to look at Adam again. A familiar has a sort of bond with its master. An important bond. And it's a special bond. And I don't mean to impose at all, but from one master to another, I just wanted to know, what's your familiar like, and what's it like for you?
Well, she's my best friend. She is. It's a weird. It's hard to explain. I saved her life.
Did you
And
know?
I think in many ways she's saved mine.
That's heartwarming. Really. Kenko and I just always seem to be on the same page. But Kenko was given to me.
Who
You
gave
see,
Kenko to
I
you?
was assigned. But it's a secret. I can't say.
Hmm.
And Kenko is kind of smiling, and Suki will kind of smile a little bit too. It seems someone wants me to succeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have Kenko. He's my accomplice.
I can see that. You certainly, I guess, much alike.
What do you make of all of this, Adam? The king goes missing, the elves are somehow responsible. What do you think happens next? I just want to stay a step ahead.
I think we save the king, save the day, and then we can get on with more important things.
Oh, Adam, I'm so sorry. But I do believe we will save the king. The only hang up regarding that is that the elves still will have kidnapped the rightful ruler of Quito. And they will do it again. Heaven forbid they do to Quito what they did to the Kitsune. I have this nagging feeling that this is all the start of something so much bigger than what we're prepared to deal with. And I'm sure that we will get Nilo out all right with all of our efforts. I just can't be sure that that will end it. I don't know. I'm just positing, that's all. I'm just, speaking my mind, putting it out there. I just
Yeah.
have this unshakable feeling that this won't end quickly.
Don't say that.
You know it's true. The sooner we are prepared to accept that, the sooner we'll be prepared to deal with it.
As long as it doesn't get in the way of more important things. I'm not entirely worried.
When we're talking about the stakes, the stakes here, to remind you, are the independence of an entire kingdom. Should the elves do to Quito what they did to my kingdom, it would be a terrible day for all of the Dematers and all of the residents of Quito. That's a lot of lives affected, I would think. I have to ask, what sort of business is more important than freedom? Freedom for an entire nation, an entire kingdom.
Well, for one thing, I don't think that's going to happen. Call it a sixth sense.
Can't argue with that.
But in terms of more important things, how about saving even more innocent lives than just one kingdom? Maybe saving everyone.
Everyone, everywhere.
Yes. That's what I'm more concerned about. We'll get through this. And then I can
And
focus on my own goals.
Suki will look confused and try to process what you're telling them. Suki genuinely did not seem to expect that response from you. Like saving the whole world. And in fact, that's kind of deviating from the expectation here. Can I roll like a perception or insight?
Go for it.
Are you telling the truth? I,
You can give me a perception.
all right, I'll make it blind. I'll make it blind, just so that we don't have any, player on player stuff.
Um, Let me go ahead and. There you go.
All right.
However, that I told Aletta.
I mean, as far as you can tell, he believes what he's saying and with a fair bit of conviction.
And Suki will almost start to like nod their head a little, right? Like they're shaking something off, and and kind of like clench their hands just ever so slightly. All right, Adam, you'd tell me if we're in danger, would you?
I'd say we're always in danger, one way or another.
But a specific danger?
He's going to finally put his book down and lean forward with his hands on his knees as if thinking for a moment. He's going to say, I'm going to give you a bit of information. Consider it something to be aware of. He's going to pull out the piece of parchment, and I'll describe it again because Pockets wasn't here. Some of the others weren't here for it. He holds up a piece of parchment with a pencil sketch of this. To say she's beautiful would be an understatement. She has almost this fantasy, unreality beauty to her, this doll-like face, this dark silky hair that falls over her shoulders, and these alluring eyes that seem to drag you in. And Adam's gonna hold it up to Suki and say, if you ever see this woman, run.
Can you be more specific? I've met a lot of people that I need to run from.
Just run. Before she drags you in. He's gonna put the...
Suki doesn't know how to respond.
He's gonna pull his... roll up the parchment, lean back, and pull out his poetry book and start flipping through it like nothing happened.
Well, how's Clover and Yip Yap doing?
How's Clover and Yip Yap doing?
Specifically Yap and Yip.
Yeah, and Yip.
And Yap and Yip in that order.
Yap and Yip in that order.
Yep.
Currently Yap has been watching over what they've been doing. And he's kind of just watching over them at this right now. So I would say he would start after seeing what they've been doing for a while, he would start wandering into different sections of the tower to see what else is here that we haven't seen yet. I would say you go up. I would say you would go over here to where Suki and Adam are. And what Yip is doing is, you see they have started building a small... They've started building like a small like throne out of the treasure for Clover to sit on.
Yes, I'm all for Clover and Yip friendship. Let's do this.
Yes. They've out of the bottles and different parchment shiny things, they've decorated a small haphazardly put together throne that Clover is sitting on.
Is there like
Yeah.
a tiny little crown that you can put on Clover?
Yeah,
Yes,
she's wearing a ring.
She's wearing a ring, and Yip put the button in the middle of the ring, so it looks like there's a shining jewel on top of the crown.
Oh my
Adorable.
god. You're wearing it like a party hat.
Yeah.
Yes.
One of those Burger King Happy Meal hats, but with a little button in the crown.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh.
We'll give Yap a chance to interact with the other party members before we continue. I'll give Yap give some time.
Yep. Which
It's
At what
just
point
10
does
minutes.
Yap come over is the question.
I would say towards the end of you holding out the parchment. So he would see you holding out the parchment before you would put it away. Is by the time he would come over here.
So would he capture a glimpse, I guess, then?
I would
It
say
dep-
yes.
It depends if you would. It depends if you were actively trying to like make it so only Zuki could do, or see, or would
Really?
you be kind of just like flaunting it out there?
He's not flaunting it, but
Yeah.
he's holding it up to Suki, like for Suki, but he's not like trying to hide it either.
You
So
would
if
know-
Yap
you-
came
you would-
around the
You would
corner, would you
notice.
see it?
Yeah, you would.
You would notice it?
You know, I mean, so Adam, you would notice Yap before he would see it. So basically, you could choose whether he sees it or not.
I'll say he sees it.
Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna assume Yap has no recognition of this person.
No.
Nope. Hang on.
You were
Just
in the.
that, yeah.
You were in the. You've been in this plane for 1 week, and a few
Yeah,
days.
buddy.
The only reason why, because of astral stuff. That's the only reason I asked. No, assuming not. So yeah, Yap would come over to see what you two are doing.
All right. Before we start interacting,
Mhm.
I wanna poll Zerda for one question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make an So Suki would assume that this very dangerous person is likely a criminal, right? Because most of the very dangerous people that Suki knows are criminals.
When was the last time you were in the Elven Kingdom?
Maybe like between 70 and 100 years ago.
Okay, so nothing within that recent time.
Unless you count the Kitsune Kingdom.
Nope.
Okay,
Specifically
then no.
Elven Kingdom.
70 to 100 years.
You were looking at this. How well is this? How well of a recreation of an image is this, Adam? How accurate is it to the real thing?
I would say it's as accurate as you could possibly get on paper, because trying to capture such an essence, like in a physical form that isn't
Yeah.
her, would be impossible. But I would say it's about as close as you're gonna get.
Um.
Adam is an artist.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Give me 1d20, Adam, and give me a d100 pockets.
Oof.
Nice.
That's your drawing skill now.
Nice.
It's not. No, it wasn't Adam that drew it. So.
Yeah, who did draw it? I forget. Maybe who drew it?
I don't want to say too much in
Okay,
case it's
you're good then.
I'll message you here.
Yeah, remind me again who actually drew the thing.
Nice.
Let me double check to see who. Okay. You would see Suki. The picture itself, though the person themselves are unrecognizable, without any other context, you do recognize that their eyes, and particularly, because especially with you being very specialized in people and the like, you recognize their eyes look very similar to essentially someone from a long time ago. It is a Asimov that you not really knew too much, but have heard about and seen a few drawn images of and a few texts here and there, though not really one in particularly interest of you, but they seem to have the same almost eyes as the Asimov that you have read in some of your books.
An Azamar. And if I know them, or if I think I know them, the likelihood that they're a criminal is probably fairly high.
There
I
would
mean,
the books that you would see on them would speak very highly of them. It would not be criminally related exactly.
would it be political?
It would be a slightly political. There was known the Asmo in
Can I roll
particular.
a
Go and give me
politics?
go and give me a politics check.
Yeah. I am a master of politics.
Okay. This one in particular, this Asmo, was known in particular. You're kind of remembering. It's not obviously an Asmo is not an elf, but it was a very old, they were most likely gone by now in terms of age. But the Asmo that you kind of recognize the eyes of, it was very distinct, and the reason why it was distinct because it was very involved as basically a sort of peacekeeper between certain elves during political discussions, especially during very heated political discussions. This Asmo would sometimes step in as a sort of neutral party, as one with a more divine nature, was basically one that would be able to be a mutual arbiter between the nobles' dispute every now and then. basically having the only person that only someone an elf could possibly trust to be a neutral arbiter in this.
Suki would interpret the position as an arbiter as a position of a sort of power and influence.
Yeah,
Because that's kind of all Suki really knows.
yeah,
So Suki would imagine that this Asimir would kind of inject themselves into heated discussions
yeah.
at opportune moments to kind of shift political opinions.
It would be someone who would basically have extremely like masterful craft at speaking very, very intentfully and eloquently. It is the book in particular that you saw an image of them was actually a language book on how to speak properly during political discussions.
This might even be why Suki speaks in such the way they do.
It is essentially reading a book about a masterful a spokesman,
A
essentially.
masterful orator.
Yes. There's a few other features about the body that looks, about the face in particular, because the elves are very much about the face, the beauty and everything. It's some parts of it are similar, but not all of it, but enough parts that you see there might be a kinship there.
All right. Suki just seems to be pondering as Yap is approaching.
Yeah. So Yap starts walking away from Yap and Clover and starts heading over to Adam and Suki. And you said he would see the picture or the.
It's just a really prettily drawn woman to you, yeah.
Mm,
Though beauty of that may not land on a dragon of your kind, Yap specifically. They may not understand beauty any way that the regular person would understand it, but they understand that it is at least a unblemished body, but that's about as far as it would probably go for Yap.
Yap looks at it and then looks between Suki and Adam and points towards the image. With like curiosity, like head tilt slightly in curiosity.
Adam in Draconic is going to say, she's dangerous. Avoid her if you can, okay?
Yap gives a slight nod. For you in affirmation.
Okay. And then Adam's gonna roll up the parchment and put it away. Are we done here, Suki?
I suppose. I have a lot to think about. Thank you. Suki takes their leave.
Adam and just kind of looks at Yap and regards him.
I don't think Yap has. I just keep hearing pings from the server. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
mute that.
Pocket, speak in one single line.
Nope.
Double checking. I don't have any way for. I was checking to see if I had like paper or pen on Yap. He's going to like wave a hand to like beckon you over to where Yip and Clover are, and he's gonna walk back that way.
Right. Adam's gonna head on over.
You head over and you see this. I'm just gonna roll to see how well I think Yip's gonna do this throne. A moderately okay built throne of gems, rocks. And you can see that Clover is proudly displayed on a throne with a bit of treasure underneath.
Adam reaches over and gives Clover a little pat on the head, careful not to knock over her crown.
You see that Yip is looking very gleeful with his craftsmanship of it.
Oh. Did Yap want Adam to say anything, or?
Well, he was bringing you over here to see what they were up to.
Oh, okay.
That's
It's
sweet.
like a little puppy looking up expectantly at Adam. It's like,
Adam's just
"Wow."
stroking Clover and
Mhm.
smiling. Kind of a soft smile, not something you see very often with
Yeah.
him. It's kind of soft. His whole demeanor's kind of softened up a bit.
Really. Yeah. Oh man. I was helping building a little throne for Clover to sit on. It gives you like
Yeah,
a warm smile.
yeah, it looks really good, guys.
Um, and your question for you're at least decently positive, or at least somewhat friends with Hero, correct? If I could ask you a favor.
Yeah, I'd say he and I get along pretty well.
Um,
Why?
I was gonna ask if a favor. It's not too much for you, or if I can pay you back in some way of helping you out with something. The sword he has, the not the one he got from Neo's Kingdom, the one with the astral engravings on it. Is there any way you can help me try to get it from him for a bit? I think yeah, be able to. He says he can get some sort of information from it, but I tried convincing Hero to give me the sword for a bit, but he wouldn't budge on it, and I saw you and him getting along, and I would wonder if you could help get it for a bit. I know he wants to use it to kill to stab into whoever sold it to him, but
He's gonna look between Yip and Yap, and he's gonna look at Clover, and Clover's gonna look at him expectantly. You can
mm-hmm,
tell they're kind of communicating.
mm-hmm.
He's gonna give another smile and say, "Yeah, I'll see what I can do."
Oh, thank you, great. Like as you see, like, yep, stand out very, uh, like getting happily. And hugs around like your waist because he's too small to hug you around your chest.
Whoa. Okay. Okay.
Thank you for the
That's
help.
okay. And he just pats Yip on the back awkwardly.
I mean, no, thank you.
No problem.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile, back outside.
you've
In the
been
real world.
there's been a few hours along that have been kind of passing. It is getting into nightfall. It is getting very much into nightfall as you were scouring the records for any sort of idea regarding the Anasians. How do you pronounce it again?
Anaxion.
The Anasian family line. Being the political nature, give me a D100, Godwin, before I continue.
What?
I do.
Is it 32?
Being of nobility, a lot of things that they do have been very much overlooked. A lot of things regarding, any sort of criminal history seems to be almost perfectly untouched and unscathed, as somehow, despite being noble, they seem to have almost no faults. But you're not really looking for a criminal record per se. You're looking more for any sort of properties they own. You come across, and it does mention several as part of the taxes, which they perfectly pay on time without question, and there seems to be no discrepancies whatsoever. But it does mention in their report of the several properties they own, one being a beautiful treetop mansion that resides deep to the northeast of the city, one that is very almost magically kept aloft in this tree of theirs, one that takes great pride. There's another that mentions a one on the opposite end, a beautiful seaside mansion as well. One that has basically formed itself into the rock itself over by the ocean. It is essentially one of the main. I mean, it is not just an oceanside view. it is almost like 2/3 of all windows point towards the ocean in that mansion. It is a beautiful mansion out there, very much so built very long ago, using magical landscaping in that area to keep the mansion itself from being immune to essentially erosion and the like. And the last one
Mhm.
itself mentions far to the north. It is a more interesting mention in terms of design. It is essentially like a giant mushroom has been grown next to the Leshy area and has grown so big magically and then carved out to where the interior has this almost design of this almost like this dotted polka dotted design. It is what you would imagine a home for whenever they go to visit the Leshies. It is essentially one to show that you'd imagine that they conduct business with the Leshies inside that home to keep more of them feeling more comfortable and at home in themselves. Those are the three ones that they mention in particular.
Okay. And who would be the like registered owners of these properties?
All of them would find themselves under the obviously surname of Anashian itself. Um,
Mhm.
there is also on top of that um, the one over by the Leshy village specifically is ran by a few of the sons and daughters of the Anashian one. Specifically, it mentions Koval, Thraj, Sevlesh, and Kogar, and it is essentially a winery that is made using the fruits and vegetables of the Leshies themselves. No mention of anywhere involving Tyr in that list. The one in the forest mentions about a sibling along the lines of Maria and Sigurd, ones that specially weave the plants of that forest into very fine tapestries as well as cloths, almost magically enhanced clothing wear that protects users from magic and the like. And the last one is the one by the ocean side, would be more of a, even though it is beautiful, it is essentially one that is more of a getaway home from the rest of the city. Because obviously they have their obviously home within the Elven city itself, but that's more of the ocean side for whenever the tides come up and allow a more almost summer-side tide over there. But it is essentially the whole family's ownership over there. No particular name that owns that one.
Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Hmm.
I am back.
Nice.
Hello.
We have it.
I
Oh,
think.
I was here for most of what was said.
yeah.
Yeah.
Describing Tyr's massively wealthy family
Hmm.
and their 4 mansions.
Only four?
Wait.
SMH tier.
Only 4 mansions.
I mean, you've had thousands of years to develop this wealth, and you only have 4 mansions. Shaking my head.
Wait a minute. I think I missed one. There's the ocean.
The
There's
tree,
the
the
one by the ocean
mushroom,
over
the
to
ocean,
the
and the
ocean.
and just the one in
Oh,
the city.
that's right. The one in the city. Yeah.
Just a one in the city. It is essentially one that would have been, as old as time itself. As far as the line of family has been concerned, it is there.
The family home. Yeah. I think. Hmm. I don't know. So yeah, I'd
You have
yeah bring
information.
the records
Yeah.
and yeah copy them down and po- uh and come over to well yeah I guess yeah we could check up on the magic
Pen.
signature and see how that's going. So yeah, I'm guessing um Catherine's like
Yeah,
sort of looking through these
that's where
records
she
with
went.
them.
Yeah, that's where she
Yeah.
went after. kind of split up from you a little bit while you're working on that. To go get her magical signature imprinted. No.
Yeah, Godwin
Keep breaking the machine.
There's just a bunch of like sparks coming out of it.
They have thousands. They have long enough time to wait and all this stuff. You wait in a very. They seem very non-rushed about the matter.
Yeah, Godwin's gonna come back with the stack of documents and that he's copied down in like the 4 like locations with the 3 that aren't the main one like circled in red. And he's gonna come back out into like the main sort of floor where Catherine be waiting and be like, alright, now it's time. He's gonna like check his watch. He'd be like, pull out like his pocket watch. He'd be like, alright, Catherine, you ready? You ready to see who this geomancer is?
I mean, has she been bookmarked yet?
That's a
Has it
question.
been 4 hours?
And I'm like, has she even been fingerprinted yet at this point?
I would say yeah. Godwin has spent the
Okay.
past
Couple
hours
hours.
doing this. Yeah,
Yeah, you also
Yeah.
said that they're elves and they are not in that much of a rush.
yeah. That's why it took you this long to get it done. Like you were just finishing up
okay,
at this
okay.
point. Like you spend so long. It's just like they just like triple, quadruple, and they've just checked it like 70 times. They've got centuries to live. They can take the time needed to make sure it's accurate. So they just keep making you do it like over and over, making sure that like
I'm
every
just really
single
confused because I'm
Yeah.
so young.
yeah they have basically like
Yeah.
they have
Told
so
you,
many.
I'm 24. And you have this much power? Yes.
They just spend 4 hours just like questioning to make sure that their machine is correct. Their magical like their
Running
magical
calibration.
things. Yeah.
God would get me out of here. God would get me out of here.
They
Please.
reset the machine like 5 times.
They
Each,
bring in
like,
a,
30
they actually
recalibrating
bring
it.
in like a technician from across
Yeah.
the city.
Yeah, this is all they're
Take a
bringing in
look at the
other
machine.
people like
Yeah.
specialists and stuff.
They bring in like
Godwood,
the,
I'm so done. I'm so done, Godwood. Get me out of here.
You'll
I don't
look
want to
at
be here.
the
Yes, let's
crowd
go
of
do this.
people.
This-
Be like, all right, clear out, clear out.
It doesn't make
Even-
sense. She's a half elf. What do you mean she has this much magic?
Shush, shush. You've been doing her enough for one day. Come on. And he's gonna like grab her by the hand and sort of like tug her away from the
Well,
like crowd. There's like a group of like 20 people, like all like tinkering on this shit, like involving themselves.
I swear she's a warlock. She must be a warlock. She must be getting divine powers from some greater entity. This is not self-born. There's no way this is self-born. She must be a
it's all
witch.
natural, baby. She like holds up like a little sun in her hand and then closes her fist and then just follows Godwin out.
She must be a witch.
Like, alright.
I'm somehow offended. I earned
You're
my
welcome.
power.
Suki disapproves.
The little like pop-up comes up.
Yeah,
Suki
so-
did not like that.
Suki did not like that.
Suki will
Okay.
remember this.
Suki got
All right.
called out.
Alright.
Yeah,
Who
we're gonna.
who is our geomancer? Good Godwin.
Yes.
You go to Pren.
Well,
You
we're
see.
coming here.
You
to
go
figure
into you go into the office of Pren. There is beautifully carved wooden statues dotting his office. There is like a series. It's like a weapons rack, but instead of weapons, it's just rare and exotic canes of long dead wood that has been preserved for what you can only imagine is centuries. And it is just ever so elegantly placed. It is almost hard to ignore how elegant this fine set of a weapon rack of canes are. And one in particular rests aside his lofty chair as he is investigating this rock from basically almost fully into it, though you can tell he's mostly just kind of writing up a report at this point. He's already done with the rock. It's sitting beside nothing more than a paperweight to him at this point, as he is just writing up documentation on the rock.
Alright, friend. What you got? He's gonna like sit down. He's at a desk, so he's got like opposite chairs, and he goes sit down and motion for Catherine to do the same.
She just kind of stands behind you a little bit. Just she just kind of stands behind you, not necessarily because she like doesn't want to sit. She just is just kind of like needing a second to just stand up after she'd been sitting and tested on basically for hours.
They they look over and says, "It looks like," and then they kind of say, "It looks like it's Saleh Silkrana from the Silkrana family. Their magical signature is I've seen it enough around some of the buildings. Some of the newer buildings in town are made by them. They seem to be specializing in this rock magic all these young people are about. They think just because a few centuries in rocks and suddenly they think themselves enough to build castles." And he begins to try to start like going on like a rant about the younger elves again.
He's just gonna put his hand out. He's like, enough. We've been through this before. You don't have to go through this every time. I understand.
Yes, yes, it
Thank-
seems. Yes, yes, sorry, I forget myself in my old age. It seems that, yes, this is the younger one of the two, only but a century old. Them young ones, it's such a. He just kind of
Yes.
sighs. So much magic at such a young age, but yes, I have. In the kind of points,
Hmm.
there is several structures around the thing, though their family themselves are not of any sort of noble born. I'm familiar with their family. Their family's been trying to climb the social ladder for over a century now, trying to find themselves in good graces here and there, trying to make themselves a noble, even though the nobles have already been established. They think their new ways of magic with rocks and the like is enough to warrant them nobility of the highest caliber. Frankly, I don't think they'll ever find themselves into the noble circle, but they keep trying nonetheless.
True, it's not easy to ascend to nobility.
They think
The
their new
lines are fairly established.
They think if they make all the new buildings and they think if every single person lives in a building that they made, then suddenly people owe them something more than a worker's compensation. Always wanting extra things and recognition. Frankly, I don't think they'll ever find themselves into nobility.
Well then, I'm and with this, do you have a list of their built buildings and notable residences?
Yes, they seem to. Well, they don't particularly like to go to the woodland areas. They seem to keep out of those areas as the grass must be too soft for their hard, rocky nature, their hatred of wood and the like. They seem to make themselves more comfortable along coastal shores and everything else around there where the rock is strong and sturdy.
Very well. So, I see. All right, thank you. I appreciate your work, and I'll be taking my leave. You done good work today? Thank you very much. He's gonna
I've
get
been
up
doing
and
this job for
skedaddle.
500 years. Of course, my work is good. I am one of the elves that rely on the trees, one that understands the true magic of life, not this rockless unlife of some stone and pebble. Like I'm some
As
sort
he's
of con.
talk,
He just starts talking.
yeah, as
Yeah,
he's talking,
just gonna sneak
Tyr is
on out,
leaving.
yeah.
Tyr is just getting up and leaving. He's heard this so many times from working with him over the years that he's just
Catherine
leaving.
and him just kind of slowly getting the fuck out.
Slowly getting out.
We're just gonna waltz away, give it a little.
Like, oh,
And I'll kind of whisper to Godwin. Is there lodging we could potentially get a room at or something like that? Just somewhere simple and safe.
Oh yeah.
Do you have an apartment?
I do. It's. Hmm. Yeah, I just want to get her out of here before anything goes down. Yeah. Yeah, we can be in my apartment. It's up on the west end. Or no, up on the east end.
Lead the way. Just lead the way. Catherine
Yeah,
just giving him like a I've never been here before. Like
yeah, yeah.
onwards, Godwin, onwards.
I'll
I'd
have
say
to come back tomorrow. It's pretty late.
I'd say you make your way back to your place just fine. There's a few people that stop you on the street. They're just kind of like just
Yeah.
the regular
Hey.
regular shemanglings of the everyday
Shemanglings, yeah.
life.
We come up and yeah, beforehand, Godwin's gonna have Catherine like stand outside. It's like a nice like not quite a mansion, but not like an apartment. It's a good medium-sized home, like
Is it
fairly elaborate.
is it made of rock or wood?
It would be a wooden house.
Use carefully.
Choose carefully. This answer will come back later.
It would be a wooden house with tiled roof and sort of like like trees grown into like
They're,
very very ornate like structures.
they're a wood elf,
Like they have
not a stone elf.
sure. And so it's got like one of those like gated yards with like a high like fence. It's built like a stone fence, but it's all just grown out of like
It's a hedge
full
wall,
tree.
kind of like a hedge wall. a little
Kinda,
bit.
yeah. And Godwin, he'll like tell you to like wait outside, and walk in and like whisper. You'll hear like a little bit of shouting, a little bit of like huffawing, and
And then,
yeah,
and then Godwin's children come out to greet you. Wait.
no, but Godwin does come back outside with a female elf, all packed and ready to leave.
This female elf is very packed. Very
Very
packed.
packed and ready to leave.
Hi?
He's like, hello. He's like, go ahead. I'm just gonna send. I'm sending Juniper aside. I don't want her to be here when the things go down.
I
Because
wasn't
he's
going
saying
to
what's
let.
happening.
Okay.
Hmm.
Hey, sure.
And Tyr's gonna give Catherine like a very stern glance. He's like, do not get involved.
Not planning on
prefer-
it. This is your problem, not mine.
Good. I prefer to keep my work and personal life separate. All right.
My
honey?
work is my personal life.
Quite unfortunate.
That
And
is
he's gonna-
that is very true.
and Goblin's gonna give her like a peck on the cheek and be like, "All right, let's see. Come back here in 2 years. That should be enough." And he's gonna take Catherine inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she'll just kind of
They understand. They kind of
Yeah.
they know that someone else is present, so they won't act their usual to you. But you can tell just by like making eye contact with them enough, you can almost feel that sense of understanding that has come from a long amount of time spent together.
yeah.
For context, they have been together for 220 years.
Yeah, it is. It
been a
is
hot
a
minute.
wood. It is a woodless like eye stare of understanding.
I'm not gonna question it. You do what you gotta do, boo. Let's just get
Does-
inside.
This has happened before. And yeah, it's like a
This has happened.
multi-house.
I feel like this is such an oddly specific. No, we're not gonna talk about inside. She's just gonna move inside and then just once she gets inside, finds like the dining room table, sets the snow globe on it, and goes inside.
Yeah. Be like, all right. And then Godwin's gonna hop into the snow globe and basically announce like, "Hey everybody, we're at my house. Don't fuck anything up. Don't touch anything." And he's like, "All right, but you guys can come out and safe."
Yuki comes out.
How much raw meat is in this house?
Raw meat? I would say none. Everything's usually bought fresh
Catherine is
at the
definitely
market.
going to Adam.
Like, all right, Every- Catherine, I'm putting you in charge. Make sure nobody destroys my house.
The responsible one strikes again.
Catherine just looks
I'm-
at you. I make no promises. Also, I'm going to be staying in the snow globe, so
The snow
Do
globe
what
does
gotta
have
do,
nicer. The snow globe would have your own room, and it would be nicer to you than any room that you could ever. Someone else could give you.
literally custom built room
Yeah.
for her. Yeah, she's not
Yeah.
gonna just hang out somewhere else.
It is
otherwise talked about.
Technically, their bedroom is their own miniature dimension by laws of Way of Tower. It is essentially their own dimension of bedroom.
Mhm.
It is on
Yeah.
its own like
The
individual
bedroom
plane.
dimension.
No, literally, her bedroom is on
Yeah.
on her own personal dimension. Like that is
All-
an accurate statement.
Yeah, they
bed.
they basically have like it's like the Nine Rings of Hell, but it's just like instead just their mansion is just has like miniature dimensions inside of it.
Yeah,
Yeesh.
it's great.
Nice.
It's why you had to go to the elevator music dimension in order to get to the next floor.
Yeah, which it does have a
The
lock.
music?
Yeah.
There is a lock on it too, where if you try to go to a floor you don't have access to, you get locked in it. You get locked in the elevator.
Until someone comes and rescues you.
Yeah, basically.
Yep.
I
That is-
swear
that's
I
an-
hit the wrong button.
That's an actual canonical thing of like if you try to pull like I had to set that up mainly because I was like Suki. I'm like one of you is probably gonna try to do shenanigans and try to go somewhere they're not supposed to.
Like if you go to the
My
other like
fingers slipped.
if you actually manage to like break into the mansion and go to like the floors above where you have access to, it's just an empty floor. It just looks like it's a floor, but it's actually just an empty floor because the actual floor is in another dimension.
Yeah.
There's a floor. There's actually a middle floor between the actual floor to
Yeah,
go on.
between
You
the floors.
go in the.
It's just
You're like
barren.
you're just in the
Blank.
crack.
Yeah.
The back rooms.
But anyway,
Yeah.
so
It is technically the back rooms, technically.
yeah. Everybody's gonna come out and Godwin's be like, okay, I have more research to do. And I am not doing it alone. So, not many people are out at night. So let's see.
Meanwhile, the vampires would like to introduce.
Suki be like, I disagree. All the right
Disagree.
people to ask are out at night.
Well, thank the Lord you're not talking to them, because you are coming with me. We need.
Oh,
we
you
need to head
have
and-
to be joking. What could you possibly have for me to do?
So, apparently our unnamed geomancer is under the name of Salah Silkrana, and a fairly reputable family. So we need to pore over all of the building records of the Silkranas to see if they've made anything for the Anasion family. And that is where we come in.
You want
and
me
perhaps- yes.
to dig through their old records?
Yes. That's how investigations are done. That's where all the juiciest secrets are held.
It's a damn good thing we have you, Godwin. Anyway, I'm going to go and head to the Bowery.
I'm sorry, the what?
You don't know
Excuse
about
me,
the
though. What? I
Bowery?
don't know what that is.
The Bowery. It's a
Fucking
okay.
what?
So the Bowery is like a shady place. Basically.
Never.
I'm going to a shady place.
I'm
KK,
to a
cool.
shady place.
Going to a shady place.
Neat.
And the shadiest place that I can think of right now on the map is the Imperial Fishing Delivery.
Hell yeah.
You just see Suki underneath a tree.
They're really fucking it up with those exotic fish.
Yup.
A shipyard
See?
has the most gossip out of anywhere in an entire city.
Uh-huh.
See, Zerda agrees.
Never trust, things in the city,
do
but
that?
the people coming into the city, the fishermen and the shipsmen are the ones who have the entire world of gossip available at their boat and docking station.
Godwin is gonna talk to he's gonna talk to Jin and be like, yo, get Suki to do part of his job.
I've hired this kitsune to stare at you.
Who the hell
get
is?
Suki to do his job.
Oh, Jin. Okay.
The other
Yeah.
kitsune in the party.
The
I'm
other
sorry.
one.
I
Other
thought
one.
I thought
You know I was talking to a glass of gin.
I thought
Have
you were
some
talking
gin.
to someone else entirely. I thought you were talking to the stacked elf woman for a moment there. I don't know
Ah.
why.
No.
I'm like, she had a
She is
name?
long gone.
Is
No,
Zerda bothered to name her?
they were a packed elf, not a stacked elf, a packed elf.
They're a packed elf.
Okay,
Is
I'm
he
sorry.
stacked?
That's my mistake.
Their name is Juniper,
Twitch,
by
I'm
the way.
sorry. Twitch, I'm
Juniper.
sorry.
Yeah.
Their,
Okay.
their
Juniper?
name is their name. Is it? What did you say? It was Juniper, right?
Juniper. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Hmm.
I'm familiar, Shuckles, by the way.
Yes.
All right.
And yeah. I'm just like, hey, get
Uh,
Suki to do his job.
Are we okay? So we're taking the we're
Oh
So-
jeez,
so you're-
guys, I
you're-
have to follow him. I have to follow him, guys. Oh jeez.
your plan is to bring the most notable general of Quito's army and let him walk around the streets.
No, you are walking around the streets. Specifically, with me to the records. This is a group effort, and it goes faster with more people.
You have to be kidding. This is not my area of expertise. I'm a people person. Let me do my job. Don't try to give me someone else's job.
Well, would you prefer walking into the Silkarana's house and asking them yourself?
I'm sorry, the Sokaranas?
That's the elf lady. That's the
Yeah.
Geomancer's family name.
That's the Geomancer.
Of course not. Let me work my magic.
your
Anyway,
magic.
I have to go.
Suki immediately tries leaving the responsibility you've set for them.
Immediately dodges responsibility.
So,
That's right.
final question: is this conversation just happening in the snow globe, or were we out? This...
Oh, I'm
I just-
out of the snow globe.
It's
It's out
out.
of the snow globe.
Okay, I had to step
I-
away for a moment. So,
Godwin is hosting everyone.
I basically walked in and be like, yo, you guys are in my house. Don't fucking trash the place.
yeah.
Get on in here.
And you're so I would say you're put a. Can you just re-describe that step that? What's the inside of your house look like?
Oh yeah, it's a
wood.
it's a very nice home. It's almost like it's like grown out of
Mhm.
like a tree into a nice, I would say like a six room home, double story.
All the proper elves grow their own homes.
Your own homes.
Precisely.
So
It's where
Your
it's where the term homegrown actually comes from in this universe.
It's a nice, yeah. It's a nice
So-
like hardwood mahogany
Mm.
with and
Mahogany.
all of the lights are from like little like jars of glow flies. and they're all just sort of vibing in a bunch of jars.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
fire.
real.
off
This
the
is aesthetic as fuck.
This is very nice.
Goddamn right
Yeah,
it is.
It's very
It's,
nice.
it's an
Cool
elf
right
home.
here.
This is a very nice home you got here. So you're talking about the records. Was this like open, like, or was it like a
It was
quiet
to Su-
conversation?
well, it's to, technically
It's
Suki
open.
and Catherine know.
Yeah.
But they're not hiding anything. They're clearly just talking about their game plan out loud.
Okay.
It's open. This is for everyone. And
Everyone to hear.
yeah. And
Hold up.
I'm gonna throw a yeah, you just can't come.
You can't come. I was gonna ask. The only reason I was
Not allowed out of the house.
you
Have
just
you
like
asked for
kind of listen.
permission?
And I was gonna ask what's all in the records. Yep
In the
comes up
records.
to you. Are you hearing about records of some type? What's all there? Is it like a library of different things? I know elves are normally old, so they would know a lot.
It's everything concerning the it's everything concerning the town, the city of Ghana. You know, financial records, comings and goings, all that kind of stuff. Arrests, local disputes, registered merchants, all of that kind of stuff.
I mean, can I help search and help out? I know I haven't really done much since the whole thing that happened in Keto, but
I would love the extra pair of hands, but your condition makes you stand out a lot.
I mean,
You're too short.
you're. Is there like a?
Can you
I mean,
stabilize a little bit?
You might get confused for a dwarf.
I'm gonna say, if Yip can focus, he can stabilize himself so that he's not doing his normal after image effect, or minimize it so it's barely noticeable. If you
Oh,
focus.
fuck.
And then I want to like can I make like a little disguise of him where I basically just clothe him in basically like a second layer that just
You would-
makes him like a little bit wider
You would
to
have
try and like hide the after images.
you would have better luck disguising him as a rabbit.
Yo, what rabbits flicker though?
Demonic rabbits sometimes, I'm sure.
Rabbits don't flicker. This is a
Demon
weird,
rabbits.
They are
weird
demon
thing.
rabbits.
You want to play it off as that he's a demon rabbit?
We can
No.
dress you up as a rabbit.
You just have to get the nicest scarf you can find.
Oh, Godwin's got scarves. He's got an actual
His attack
closet.
scarf.
Do you do a? Is there now a
He's got
dressed
an
up mod?
actual closet.
Don't
Is there now a
tempt,
dressed
don't,
up?
don't tempt Catherine with another dress up montage for espionage.
Hey, you know
Dress
what?
up
I'm in the
montage for
I am
espionage.
in the tower doing some research with Adam.
We're gonna dress
I
him up.
am not helping.
Catherine
It's
pops her head
private
out. Yeah,
study
you're
time.
dressed.
Oh. We're gonna dress him up in a little tuxedo, and he's gonna have a big scarf that's gonna cover pretty much his entire head,
And
and
the
with a-
sword.
with a nice little we're gonna go with like one of those flat caps. Or do you want a top hat? A flat cap or a top hat?
Top hat.
All right, we're going with a top hat. It's gonna have the like part right above the brim is gonna be lined with red, and it's gonna have a little bow in front.
Do you want an outfit for Yap as well? He looks over at Yap, looking at you, just like clapping his claw, waiting.
Yeah, can't come.
Yap can come with us.
Not without permission.
Yap is too. He'd pull too much. I could disguise you, but I wouldn't be able to disguise Yap. My apologies.
You see, like, Yip turns to look over towards Yap, and you see, like, Yap getting a slightly annoyed look to his face, as he's gonna de-summon himself as a astral like puddle forms on the floor, and he starts sinking down into it before it closes.
I love it. What does the puddle look like? The astral puddle?
A puddle of like
It's just a
the best.
Minecraft like netherrack portal.
No, the best way I can describe it is, do you know like SCP? I think it's 96. That the guy that just that makes portals that phases through stuff.
Yeah, I
It's like
know
it's like a starry, like muddy puddle that forms across the floor. That's semi-formless, and he sinks down into it. It's like a thick, a thick, swirling mass of just of like stars you see through it, and
Starry
then it
Night.
closes up. Yes, it's like a starry night.
Love it. He's just gonna give like a. He'd be like, give like a. I was gonna give a sort of like, like a quizzical look, and he's like, I didn't know you could do that. Oh, okay. Very
SCP-106.
well.
That's the number. That's what it is. 106,
Hell yeah.
not 96.
We love the lad. I was like, well, that solves that.
Mhm.
All right. And is Adam in the room as well?
Wait, is Adam coming out of the snow globe or caping in? It is nighttime.
Well, Catherine just came in to the snow globe.
Oh,
Yeah.
And I feel like they would talk a little bit first before he comes out.
important question, Catherine. Does the snow globe follow day-night cycles? Or is it always one or the other? Or do you just choose what it is?
So,
That's the real hard-hitting questions.
If you put a blanket over the snow globe, is it night?
okay, so that's another thing. I personally don't think you can see out of the snow globe.
Mhm.
In my mind, that's not a thing.
We joke about it, but it's not actually. It doesn't
we
actually.
joke about it, but it's actually just a dark kind of sky with kind of bioluminescent lighting. I don't necessarily think. I think another thing there too is there's so much control per level that it's like always kind of like daytime
Okay.
outside, but it's never like so bright that
Yeah, it's not a
like,
sun,
you wouldn't fall asleep. Yeah. It's just one of those where it's like,
It's like a
Oh,
comfortable overcast day.
yeah, it's like exactly. It's like it's a comfortable overcast day, and that's about it.
Yeah,
Um,
and it keeps that same all the time around.
Yeah, and then like Catherine's room, like she has windows that are specifically designed to show her any floor or any part
Yeah.
of the tower and stuff like that. So it's like she can get, if she wants light, she can get natural put in the air quotes light.
It's like an LCD screen or something in your room. It's
Yeah.
like LCD screens. You can kind of choose which and what is viewing at any given moment.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's not anything too like crazy there, but yeah, no, like you can't actually see out the
Yeah,
snow globe. It's very much so opaqued out.
just like looking
Um,
inside, you don't see tiny people inside looking.
No, yeah, exactly.
But
That's
yeah,
part of its magical
It's
effect, though.
it's a portal essentially, but flavored as a snow globe for more convenient purposes.
Yeah.
but yeah. Would
Adam,
would Adam be out while like during like the exchange while they're talking about stuff or
Yeah.
not?
are you
I
listening?
don't know.
in?
Did Catherine pop in like before the exchange?
She would have popped in probably beforehand, because she
Yeah.
would have basically once she
Mhm.
got in, she was like, "Fuck it, we ball," and went into the snow globe.
Then
Like,
she
put this
then
shit
he'd
on
probably
her.
still be in the snow globe with Catherine then.
Yeah, she just went straight to his room.
Yeah.
All right. And so yeah, Godwin is gonna tell I went around, don't trash the house, and pop into the snow globe looking for Adam.
Oh.
Some time would have passed by now, before he comes in.
Yeah.
You
He's
do have
probably
a
like-
telecommunication link to each other.
Oh shit, that right.
You're
Oh,
just
shit,
yelling
huh?
out. You're just
No,
like
I forgot
yelling
about
up
that.
at the tower. Just Adam. I can hear you in my. I can hear you in my mind,
Yeah.
good sir. You don't have to
He's
shout.
like Adam, comes to just like, I guess yeah, telecommunicatively. He's like, Adam, we need an extra pair of hands.
You're like
How do you feel about going through records?
he is speaking to you while you're halfway with like Catherine, doing what you're doing with Catherine, as you just hear his voice in your head, while being halfway with doing stuff with Catherine.
He's gonna stop in the middle of talking with Catherine and say, "We'll catch up on this later," and pop out.
Yeah. And
Fine
Catherine's also
by
excited.
fine by me. And then she proceeds to just go to the spa.
Are they
Like-
having a fight?
No, I mean she's literally perfectly okay with being by herself and just
Just
going and
vibing.
treating herself at a spa. She's like, hey, go do what you gotta do.
He's alright.
Alright.
And yeah, Goblin's gonna pocket the snow globe and sort of clap and be like, alright, Suki, as uncooperative as you are, it doesn't seem like I'm gonna get much from you, even if I do bring you. So, do what you will, just make sure you are not followed. I don't want you bringing any trouble back here. Everybody else?
Relax, Godwin. When have I ever been caught?
Well, there was that time with me, and there was that other time, and there was,
You didn't catch me
he's just
that
gonna,
time.
he's gonna list out your
You-
entire rap sheet.
And nothing ever stuck. Except for that one time, okay? So we're
Sure.
1 and what? 5?
Like 20, but sure.
If Suki can
And-
evade you, they can evade other elves.
And, yeah. Let me think. Yep.
Where are you actually going to the
Yes,
Imperial
sister.
fishing delivery, Suki?
Yeah, I will actually take a trip down to the Imperial fishing
Alright.
delivery. Can I
Alright.
have my token and my familiar's token?
And also, I need you to give me a D100.
Everybody else?
Certainly.
We're going record diving! Yay!
13. That can't be ominous at all.
Just
Why is the DM
listen.
laughing so much? Why is the DM laughing so much?
13. I've asked you all to roll a D100 and no one's gone above a 32 and someone got a freaking 4. You guys.
Based.
Based.
All right, so I need to
Yeah.
be right here,
Just be like,
and Kenko is going to. So, do
I
you
love
need to go first, or should I?
You go first.
All right. So, Kenko is actually going to assume the form of a kitsune, right? So they'll be medium-sized. They are going to change shape into a kitsune. And this lasts forever.
it just do.
It just do. It just do. So
What
Kenko is going to head
Sorry.
across this bridge, and I would like for do you think that you could make Kenko's token medium-sized?
Yeah, I can do that.
I'm sorry, Pockets. I'm curious. What is Kenko's clearly unnatural remnant of its nature?
Feathers. There's actually feathers in Kenko's tail, and like behind the ears.
Oh, so like
This may or may not.
intermixed with the fur, there are some feathers.
There's some feathers, yeah,
I like that.
or
Kenko cheese.
scales in Kenko's case, I guess.
There we go.
Yeah, like scales.
Okay, so scales. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Fun.
So
All
you're
right.
going across this bridge.
All right. So do you want to do Kenko or Suki first?
Comes across the bridge, dies.
The bridge
If
collapses.
Bridge collapses.
If Kenko dies, he comes back tomorrow, okay? He comes
That is
back in
really
the
funny.
morning, all right?
Yeah.
And he'll be like, by the way, that bridge is
I
dangerous.
am a man.
So
um,
please, Zerda, collapse the bridge.
yeah.
Drop rocks on him. I don't.
So as you will go, what is go and tell me what Suki's doing first.
All right. So Suki is heading into the depths of the shadiest district that they can think to look for. And they're going to keep an eye out for unsavory fellows and anyone that they can identify as having information or would be willing to trade for information.
1 second, just giving some private roles here.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I have to do a couple rolls myself.
I spend the dice.
You manage, even though this is an elven city, you find the most underworldiest area that could possibly exist here. It takes you like 6 different right turns within this area to find it. Essentially it's almost like you have it's kind of like Thieves' Cant almost. You almost have like a second, almost like a sixth sense for where commonly traveled. Like like you can tell by like certain areas and people walking that there seems to be like the more of the quieter footed people seem to be going a different direction than the regular people. And it is curious enough that you're able to kind of almost see in the stonework itself just like that subtle shift of dust that comes from certain people trying to avoid notice, and you kind of follow that trail of almost like just mostly untouched dust as you're kind of going down, and you do see it is almost something that you can imagine only like a small creature could fit through, but just it's like a hole into the wall. But knowing what's on the other side, like it's on the whole of the side of a building, but yet it should be the inside of a building. However, the hole seems like it's going deeper. Like if the hole actually went into the building, you would see inside the building with this hole. It's almost like it's just a trick of the almost eye here.
It's an illusion, Zerda.
With that, with the roll there, it is an illusionary crack.
I just realized I don't have detect magic, but that's fine, right?
Rip.
You study an illusion magic. I
I
gave
have
you a few.
illusion
I gave
magic.
you a few different roll checks to see.
All right, sweet.
You did
All
get
right.
a nat 20 on one of them.
Yeah, I know what illusions look like. Oh, which one was a nat 20?
Your underworld boy.
Sweet. All right, yeah. So, am I being observed right now?
With that perception
from-
check, you have no idea.
Okay, that's a good point. Do I see anyone else around?
There seems to be no traffic at this moment around here.
All right, so I'm gonna quickly slip into a disguise, and we're gonna make this. Does it need to be a 3rd level? Specific individual. I think it just needs to be a 2nd level. Okay, yeah. It'll be a 2nd level illusory disguise, which lets me hide my
Yeah, I'm familiar. Describe what you're looking like, though.
All right. I'm going to take the guise of a half elf, kind of apprentice of sorts, like a tradesperson, right? I'm going to look like I'm of decent economic status, but that I definitely work for my coin, right? Like I pull wages. I'm not some rich folk. I'm not some fancy elf. I work for my wages. I craft. Maybe I'm a carpenter, right? A carpenter. Yes, I like that. I'm going to be I'm going to be John. I'm going to be John. Big Yellow,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm a carpenter. And we're gonna go with a voice, and the voice is going to sound like this. And then Why did you roll a 1 for me? You can roll a higher d20 for me.
It's actually not supposed to be for you. It's supposed to be for someone else.
Okay,
Roll
then that's
random.
fine. That's fine then.
The one.
Yeah, you see, if it's for me, it's wrong. If it's for someone else, it's fine.
It's okay.
Okay, you
All right,
slip
maybe not.
into
Maybe not.
you slip into illusionary crack. As
John Aspen.
yep,
John Aspen. I'm gonna go with John Aspen
as you
because
as
tree.
as you do, you slip into this illusionary.
No, even better. John Birch.
There we go.
John.
John Butch
That-
slips into this illusionary crack. I want to give just one extra say. What is Kanku doing real fast? What is Kanku doing?
All right. So Kanko is slipping in. Well, not slipping, but Kanko is going to stride nonchalantly into this district here, and but very cautiously, at a slow, leisurely pace, or what appears to be a leisurely pace. So I feel like I'm crossing the threshold when I do this, right? When I move from the west side to the east side, I feel like I'm crossing a threshold, but I don't know if there's anything that would indicate that.
Nothing. Let me check Kanku's.
Sure. I mean, I know that's a high number.
No, just I gave you the double.
Why would you show me a
The
one?
double.
Man.
Wait. Why
Kenko
is it called
struts.
The double
Kanko-
ones.
Kenko strut. Oh wow, nice. Kenko strut. Oh wow. So the other roll was for Kenko.
The double ones.
I love
Right.
that Kenko's his intelligence is labeled as master intelligence.
I am a masterful. I'm so smart. So incredibly smart. I'm so incredibly smart. They'll
Kenku's
never
not.
see me slip up.
Kenku is not familiar with this area. Kenku is not understanding the gravity of the situation.
All right. Well, the funniest thing is, I wanted him to observe the situation.
Okay.
So I'm curious. So I can communicate with Kenko telepathically, basically whenever I want.
Mhm.
It costs me an action to do so, and an action to stop doing so. But I want to take a look at the various rabbit folk that are around.
We will.
And
Go ahead.
And I want to check them out for the influence of spells and magic and other kinds of influence and coercion. Like, I kind of get that these rabbit folk are subservient to what I now know as are vampires, right? Like, I feel like I'm smart enough to put those pieces together.
Yeah.
So I want to know what's the rabbit folks' relationship with the vampires Are they under some kind of spell? How are they being held captive, etc., etc.?
I definitely want to get to both of these, but both of those things are going to take a while. So I'm going to say you're doing that. I'm going to do a check-in with the others real fast because that will be another thing, and you've already had a thing.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I got you.
Who else wants a thing at the moment? Come on, I'm offering up a thing here. Someone take a thing.
So
Hell
wait.
yeah!
So who's holding the records?
It's going to be
Godwin, Adam, and I get
Godwin,
Yeah.
Adam, and Yip.
Yip is
Yep.
trying
Yep.
to help. I think. I'm not sure how
Yeah,
much.
Yep.
Yip is there.
Yep, it's in,
Yeah,
in the record.
And this is
chilled
in
out.
Godwin's house?
This is in
Yeah. It's
This
somewhere
is
else.
in the police station,
Yeah.
police office.
Okay.
Oh, in the
They have
police
records.
station.
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah, they have records there.
Yeah.
That's where
Okay.
records
How do
are.
you just
Is-
you just like having like Yip and Adam just kind of like trail behind you? Do they walk beside you? Do
Yeah.
you?
We're just gonna be walking in like a group, like a
Mhm.
noticeable group, and as we're walking in, I'm just gonna like they know who I am. I'm just gonna like flash my badge and be like, they're with me, and not many questions are asked.
Let me give a.
Cause of my rank. I pull rank on these fools.
Uh,
I'm rooting for you,
Adam.
Shuckles.
Yes.
You can tell that the people, as you kind of walking through the city, even though you're trailing, like you can also just tell. Same with you, Yip, that everyone, despite doing their regular thing, it is almost that same kind of just. There's almost like every single person around you as you're kind of walking through. You guys do stick out very much so, and there is a lot of people that kind of look your way. A few of them can tell that you guys aren't like normally here. Like you are new here. They have never seen either of you, and you can kind of see as like there's a faint gossip around as you kind of walk through. You can tell that like people were talking about one thing, but as you walk past them, you kind of see almost like an eerie silence, and then it seems they're talking, but it's almost like in a more rushed tone, as if they are discussing what just walked past them. You feel almost like a sense of unease as everyone kind of looks and talks in your direction or about you to whoever they were talking to previously.
Yeah. For Adam, they're wearing whatever they want, but Yip 100% is wrapped like head to
Yeah.
toe.
Yep. You can see that Yip after hearing the communication back for. Are they speaking in Elvish or Common when they're
Oh,
like quick?
100% Elvis.
Yeah, you see like
Elvish is
Yip
pretty
is like is walking down closer to Godwin and has his head turned more towards Godwin to hide his face better.
Mm.
Yeah. The
Uh,
scarf is hiding your head.
no
by
one
the
seems to
way.
be looking at. No one seems to be looking at you. You know, a few people you can tell kind of look, but being next to Adam, all of the eyes seem to fall on Adam as people essentially doing their regular business. You pass by, they suddenly are now talking about to you instead of whatever they were talking about previously.
A human is located in our area. Oh no.
Oh no.
Ignore them.
Godwin. Not exactly incognito here.
Your flaming red
Ignore them.
jacket.
Not flaming red. He's like muted reds and browns. He's just got shiny hair.
They specialize in
Ignore them.
green here. You are the symbol of fire.
People always have something to say when there's someone they don't recognize. It happens all the time. Don't worry about it. We're here for a job.
If you say so.
Yep.
He kind of like
It'll be fine.
pulls up his hood, trying to hide his face a little bit better. And so we're going to the archives, the police archives.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And it has all the records of the families and stuff in there.
Yeah, it's like we're looking through like finance records basically of the
Oh
the
boy, that
city.
sounds fun.
Only
Yeah,
if
of the
someone
what I
had
city
did.
and
only if someone
Finance?
had legal lore.
Yeah, yeah. Wait, I can actually use a lore skill here. You say it's financial based, right?
It is.
It's finances,
Oh
yeah.
my god.
I have accounting lore.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
My god.
Oh my god.
Because yeah, basically we're cross-referencing the like Anasion properties and anything they own with anything the fuck it, what's it?
Like the
Anything
city.
the
Yeah.
Silkranas have built.
Give me an
Looking for
accounting check. Yep.
Yeah, blind public.
oh my mate,
It could
I
be
never thought
public.
I'd be able to use this. Give me a
I-
minute. I'm gonna
I can't-
fucking clue in.
Nice.
You get a +2.
Okay, +2.
They have a
That-
0 in intelligence, but they're going to try.
Yes, he's intelligent. Do you
proficiency
want it public or
modifier.
private?
Make it public. Give it a shot.
That's my reaction.
Ooh.
Hey.
Accounting. It does have the
Accounting
colon 3.
Accounting
Dark
colon
30.
3.
It's actually a 30. Oh wait, does the mental?
I think
stat give
it
you a
already
+2?
has a. It's only
The
for
mental
the
stat
enemy.
is the plus. The mental stat is for the +2.
Yeah.
You have to like go to the files and you just see him surprisingly quickly start cross-referencing different papers as if this is something he's done with checking the records between different things that they connected to. And you can see he has now like on the table in the room. You see he has pulled down different files and such, and it's created like some sort of like a web of lines between like the different accounting and cross-referencing everything.
He has the corkboard with red string. He has the corkboard with red string.
Yep. GM, what have I learned with a 32?
With a 32, you see both. The but with the sorry, Anna. Sorry, I'm trying to remember the name.
Anasia.
Anashi. If you cross with the Anashian line along with the Silkrana, and there's a few exchanges, one being extremely highly noble, the other being, a very, very common worker, but on the upper class of worker. They would be essentially the working class for the nobles, though not noble themselves. You see a bunch of exchanges. You see various smaller trinkets and stuff where it's like, oh, a small amount of gold is exchanged hands, and it's over a few, like, this is of course over centuries, but
Yeah.
if you're just cross-referencing this, there seems to even be a very, very large sum of gold that was transferred from the Anashian to the Solkrana about a few hundred years ago. But
Mhm.
outside of that, it seems to be a bunch of small transactions. But as you're looking, you wouldn't really notice it, but essentially there is in the past few, let's say in the past decade, there seems to be one particular almost discrepancy where it's like the total gold between hands exchanged, is back and forth, and it's like, oh, this is how much they paid here, this is how much they received, and then it's like there's just a period where the numbers just completely skip, as if the numbers don't actually add up. It's like you're watching, it's like, oh, the total's 20,000, then it's like 25,000, then it's 22,000, and then it just goes from that to like 15,000, but there's no actual record of any transaction. It just
So there's a
lists the gold wealth between the two. Clearly, a gold wealth is different between both of them, but there's no transaction that occurred. There's no record of any kind of purchase. It's just like gold exchanged hands, as if it's like a donation or something. One number got higher, the other number got lower, but it's like it just auto-corrected on the next transaction to show a difference in wealth despite there not being any transaction between the two.
You said there's a 10,000 difference?
Not 10,000 exactly, but there is a larger sum of gold that was essentially traded between the two, but there's no record of it whatsoever. And
Yeah,
it
I just
seems
wanna
to be
know.
within the last decade.
I just want to know a rough estimate, not an exact amount of money.
I would say it's
Just-
between, it's about 3,000 to 4,000 gold exchanged
So this is-
between the two.
So this is the biggest discrepancy I see. Everything else, from the way that I'm looking at these transactions, are they like crystal clear, well well put together, like all the
Everything, yeah,
formalities. I think.
everything is perfectly put. Everything, all of the records are perfectly in order. Every single transaction from the clod and from like the clay pot that was, put together for a garden still has like the exact gold, silver, bronze amount between the two, and it just shows like essentially it's essentially is a balance of credit between one party and another, where obviously credit is exchanged and then the other person's credit increases while the other person's decreases. And it's like, oh, clay pot and like one, and then just like the next transaction just has a huge discrepancy between those two without actually any reason for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you see, yeah, like lay all this out, and you see him put all the files that are properly done, and you see that he has the two differences, like he has the papers between two separate years, and he clearly shows like, okay, this is the right here is I think I found what exactly we were looking for. Um, there's a discrepancy here within the last decade, and you see that he's put this out really neat and nicely. You can see that he has like a paper next to him of keeping track of all these like financial trades and such. So right here, there's a 3 to 4,000 gold deficit of not this area is not journalized or formally put down. There's a discrepancy right here, and he clearly shows how all the paperwork is formally done. Formally done. And you can see that he shows there's like a big discrepancy right here, about a decade-ish between these last 2 years within that decade. I'm stressed.
You're good.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you make
So-
of this?
Well, it seems like they're trying to. Obviously, the way that this is journalized and organized, from my knowledge, is that there is a huge. This is actually a major discrepancy that there is no files of transactions at all, especially for a large purchase that's 3 to 4,000 gold. It seems like some under the table deal was made and never organized, never actually journalized properly.
So, what would this what would this under the table transaction be? 3 to 4,000 gold. That would be. What would be like a ballpark like purchase for that much?
That would be 3 to 4,000 gold would be enough to essentially, for like a geomancer's like work, that would be equivalent to essentially building a small like mansion, like a very not big one, but like a very small home, essentially, especially depending on the location and how many resources were available, depending on whether it's imported or exported. It would essentially be enough to craft a something of larger caliber, at least depending on how well put together it is. But it would be something of a larger caliber.
Mm-hmm.
And does this does the time frame of the discrepancy line up with any building records on the or like material shipments, that kind of stuff, like
You look,
like labor purchasing on the uh Sokana end?
it looks like, as far as you can tell, there doesn't seem to be any material purchases. Either they somehow managed to buy the materials, or like either they managed to buy the materials under the desk somewhere with their own like essential like crash credit, or they already had the natural materials they needed to make this, because there doesn't seem to be any purchases during this time about enough to build something of equivalent or of building according to that amount of gold wealth. You would assume that there would be some sort of material needed to craft whatever this is, but you don't see any of that.
Hmm. What about like disposal? Like removing material
You don't, as terms of spent
services.
material, it seems like, I mean, outside of just the regular purchasing and that, you don't see any large disposal of material either. It seems as though whatever was done, it was used either out of their own pocket or used without actually having to purchase it from anywhere.
Hmm.
And that is it's like I said, it is odd. It is intentionally odd to you to notice that. You would notice the fact that there isn't that. It is unusual for them to not have things, especially for example, if they were to build in the city, they would have to transport massive stone from the mountain into the city. And there'd be a carriage fee for that.
Mhm. What's
Hmm.
really odd to Yip and such is that since this would, I'm assuming multiple people worked on these documents, right? For all the financial accounting of all the different families and such.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Yip points out, like, wouldn't someone have known about this transaction then? Or the possibility of this transaction?
We'd have to go through. Let's see. If nothing was ever submitted,
Mhm.
then it would have to go.
I mean, I'm sure
It'd
they
have
would
to go
have
to
this.
the family accountants.
Yeah, I'm sure. So, question for you, Zor. Is there anything written down for that year? Or is it just completely like it got ripped out of the books or just not there at all?
The material, like I said before, the material costs seem to be constantly flowing and exchanging, but nothing that would warrant anything more than it matches up perfectly. Like, oh, 200 pounds of clay were brought in from the mountain, followed by a giant amount of clay sculptures built among one of the things. Like, it's not that
Okay.
things aren't there, it's that nothing matches up with every single item that was purchased has something that has a clear, tangible use for it. So it's not
Mhm.
like they just vanished or there was nothing going on. It's that it was going on while regular business was going on.
So there's just a dip of like 3 to 4 thousand gold, and it doesn't say what was brought in or made for it.
Yep, and all the other gold matches up perfectly. All the materials in and out matches up. Even there's no, because the material records are different from the actual records of this exchange, so it's just
Well,
vacant.
well, if it wasn't, I mean, it would be recorded easily, but there was a material brought into the city because that'd be recorded, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm saying this to Godwin. So maybe it was for a service then.
Hmm.
That would be not. That wouldn't have to be. That wouldn't be directly seen then.
There would still be a record of it somewhere.
Adam is on in this discussion, by the way. If you have any input, Adam is over here in this
Oh,
discussion.
I was just
Uh,
about to say,
Yeah.
Adam, what do you make of
Yes.
of
You
this?
just
I wasn't actually thinking about Adam being.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking he had his own thing that he wanted to look into while they were busy doing all
If you
that.
want to do that, we can do that too. If you have anything in particular you have an idea
Yeah.
of.
If you have other
Um,
records you want to look at, then
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, he wants to look at records of like missing people, and he wants to look at like, records of like see like who they were last seen with and stuff like that.
Okay. We'll come back to that then.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
anything
But
else you can anything else you make out of this? Whether it be my logic here is that the easiest way to hide a thing of this much would be uh like a service or even a donation would be recorded though. It's if
any exchange of money through business would be recorded. So it'd have to be a physical sum.
it or it was recorded outside or this deal was made outside of the city, and then
Hmm.
they re-registered how much money they had when they returned.
That's the thing. That would have to be in physical coins. It has to be made outside of outside of the known channels. They would have had to meet in person to discuss whatever it is they were doing. Which means, and still somebody would have to know about it. Somebody would have to make the actual purchase.
But we do have something here that there was some deal made. Question: would it have a record of who is normally doing the accounting for both families? Is there like a name like this transaction was filed by so and so?
There would be several people working on it. There's several people assigned to it. There's maybe a few people you could potentially ask, but there would be a few different people to essentially ask for that. Though if you were to ask about a discrepancy, no one would own up to being the one to create that discrepancy, I would say.
Do I see a name across both families?
Anyone who's doing the accounting in this would have been doing it for essentially centuries, if not more. So, I mean, the names would be muddled back and forth constantly.
Okay, so there's not like an accounting for one family and an accounting for
No.
another. There's just a general accounting for families.
Are you looking for specific accountants from each family?
Yes, that's what I was.
Yeah.
That's what I was asking. Like, is there like a correlation of who does mostly for this family, who does mostly for that? But it's a muddle of families.
Muddled.
Do I notice anything else particularly odd with the documentation? Something else I might be able to get a little bit more information from?
Before giving you so much information, we will come back to you guys while you muddle over the information. Adam, what are you looking for? And then we'll go to Suki.
I already said,
Yeah, I know
yeah,
you
the
said
missing
it.
persons and looking for missing persons and like the last accounts of, where they were seen, see if there's any pattern of maybe who they've been seen with.
Okay, yeah, let me go ahead and give me 1 second here.
Specifically, real quick, Hero said that he saw her like in the Elven Kingdom like 100 years ago, right? Do you remember? If not, it's fine. It's just that he wants to look in that specific time period.
For the specific, just to clarify, which specific person are you referring to? One second.
I'm referring to Margaret.
Yeah. Okay? Go ahead and give me a D100 real fast.
D100. You're loving these D100s this session.
It gives a little bit
Yeah.
more. It gives a little bit more.
Damn. That's
11!
That's sad. That's just sad.
You know
It's
what
not
you
as
see?
bad as before, but it's still really sad.
You got your D100s today. No one's...
Zerda will use any excuse not to have us use our actual skills.
What
Any
skill would be
excuse.
applicable in this situation? History? I guess you could try history, I guess, maybe? Well, you're looking over
History, what-
records, so unless you have, like, some kind of lore specific
Society.
to, like...
Any
Society?
lore. Society, I think, would be a really good one because you're looking through like records in a society. Like this
We
is a very
live in a
societal
society.
thing.
We do live in a society. That
Can I roll
like Shell
society?
brings up a good point.
Can I roll society, Zerda, or do I have to stick
Yeah,
with
go
my
go ahead. Whole society. Maybe you get above an 11.
Yay! Damn.
No.
Listen, that's a pretty big chunky
It's-
modifier, though.
It
Mm.
is above. In terms of what, so
29.
like you're kind of deviating from what they're asking you to search for, and you're kind of looking on your own essential prerogative. You've been given access to police records, and you're essentially using it to find your person, not what they're after. If I'm
Yes.
understanding this correctly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Because they're busy distracted and they're working it out on their own, so he's kind of just going off doing his own thing because he's not going to get access to these again.
Nice.
You look,
I approve.
and you are being personally trained by Suki very well. You guys, yes.
Godwin is going to ask you what you found, by the way.
That's okay. They've
I'm
been
gonna-
trained by
I'm gonna-
Suki.
I'm also gonna reiterate, you do still have the mental connection. At least Godwin and or at least Godwin, Suki, and Adam all have
Yeah.
that interconnected communication. Like, if you need to reach out to Catherine, you could.
Catherine currently in a spa at the moment.
Who-
on
who-
Do Not
who-
Disturb.
I'll just remind you guys about the fact that she did scry on Nilo.
The one person that physically saw the actual location of currently held victim.
Nice.
Adam?
Adam,
No,
you're
Anyways.
this is all typical for a D&D party.
Mhm.
I'm just trying to figure out where this is supposed to lead me. I'm coming up with nothing. What I have is a sum of money has been exchanged.
Can I ask
Dude,
one?
sound
Let
Can
me
I
get
ask
over to
one thing?
Adam. Let me get over to Adam.
Yeah, I think I have a question
Yeah.
I can ask, but
Let
do
me get
Adam
let me
first.
get over to Adam. Adam, you looking through all of these records, you find a certain record, like you trying to find. You remember the story of essentially, I think it was whenever you found the thing from Nilo, and
Mm-hmm.
you've been searching at this point through a few different records. You pull up essentially some memories from whenever you were with Bartholomew.
Mm-hmm.
And that time as some of the like records and some of the names start seeming more familiar. And as you're looking through, you manage to find some birth records in all of this. As some of these things, especially in just the dates and everything, there seems to be a birth record about 30-ish years ago. And even though it's not of elven nature, it's kind of like it is essentially something. It was someone that was born within the elven territory, but not an elf themselves, as you know that you're not looking for an elf. You're not looking for like someone. You at this point are aware that you are not looking for that. So you kind of look at the surrounding areas, which does limit your scope a lot, since elves basically love to just record about themselves constantly. Just recording everything they do constantly about themselves, just constantly just doing that. But so you look at the other side, and as you're doing that, you do see a birth record. And on this birth record, you do see between a succubi and Azamar a certain birth record. So the names themselves wouldn't exactly give it away, but they just have like the race just listed next to the parents because it's one way to keep track of all the half elves, half elf, half human, half elf, half dwarf. So you kind of see where they list the races of basically the parents, and you do end up finding a birth record of a half Azamar, half succubi daughter in the Elven Kingdom itself. Not of in the city, but in the Elven Kingdom. And it mentions that they were born about 30 years ago under the true actual name, which is not a name you've seen before, but it is under a name of. Let me go ahead and type this out. Okay. It is. Go ahead. That is the name that you find in the records. It is completely a different name than what you've associated. You don't even know if it's the same person, but everything that you've researched up until this point leads you to believe this is exactly who Margaret's true name actually is, their actual birth name. Out of all of this disguises, of all the different names they've given themselves, of all the ploys and tricks that they have given to other people, you'd figure that this record is the most honest and actual name to what you were actually looking for, and you just see the name Cecilia Akuma
Okay.
listed under a birth record there.
Okay. Adam's going to sneak it into his pack of holding,
Mm-hmm.
ideally without anyone noticing.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna just head over to the other two and say, "Hey, you guys figure anything out?"
I'm be honest,
Mm.
mate. Roll
Mm.
that stealth. Roll that stealth check.
You want me to roll stealth?
Well, that
Yeah.
give me
You're
a
I
good
will.
Wouldn't
stealth
it be
check.
thievery?
you're gonna be
Okay, please.
thievery stealth.
Mhm.
5.
Son of a
Mm.
bitch!
I will say I will
Well,
give you advantage on this only because you are actually like physically away from everyone else at this point. So I will give
Okay.
you one extra
are you
reroll on
trained in
that.
thievery?
Fire.
There we go.
Yes! There we go.
So my
Thank you,
perception
Zoda.
DC is 31.
I am not. You are not. You have a penalty by not actively looking at them at this moment.
I'm
I
looking
will
at
give you
both
an.
of them.
I will give you
What
an
do you
active.
mean?
I know, but I need an active perception check because you are actively focusing on one thing instead of another.
Very
That is
well.
fair, by the way,
It you
Shuckle.
are you are
Very
you are.
well.
It is like
Very
someone
well.
Yeah.
like doing something behind your back.
Like if
Very
your
well.
attention is elsewhere or split, then it would be fair.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Because I would give you a -4 for this,
That's
but
a big
that would be what 33
Ooh.
minus 4 is 29
Would
exactly.
So they
29
match.
exactly.
It is matching. It is. You realize something is like you kind of see something, but you're not really
Weird.
too sure what. You don't pick up on it exactly, but they do seem a little bit shiftier than usual. But that's about the best you can come up with. Is they do seem a little bit shiftier than usual because you have so many papers in front of you. Yip is actively talking to you about accounting law at the moment in your ear. It is just Adam seems a little bit distracted. Is the best way to put it.
Mm.
So,
So
Just stare at each other.
I'm trying to figure out what you actually like what I actually noticed.
You just notice them being a little bit like distracted, almost as if like they weren't really helping very much. They don't really look like they have like it's almost like they're just kind of spaced out. You see kind of like a nonchalant look in their eyes. You just kind of see their body language is very kind of relaxed. It doesn't really look like they were helping very much. They just look very kind of distracted at the moment.
All right. Godwin's
Aloof, that's
gonna
the word. Aloof, that's what I'm looking for.
Godwin's gonna come over to the Atom and be like, so what do you make of the situation?
honestly, I don't really know. Finances aren't really my thing.
Can I
Hmm.
ask, is there any transaction of a weapon from either side within the last
Oh,
10
tons.
within last
Spears, lances. There's a
I'm
really
looking for
fancy. I
continue.
mean, there's a really fancy sword at some point. It seems mostly treasures or trinkets. It's nobility. They're buying things just to say they own it.
I'm gonna
Essentially.
I go look over the file for the very fancy sword. Is there anything special it says about it?
It looks like it was made by a forge in the Dragonkin Kingdom. And this sword itself, just has like a beautiful fang design. It's like a giant, teeth it mentions. It just listed as like fancy tooth sword from Dragon Village.
So it doesn't look like the sword that
No.
Hero had. No, okay. I was mostly trying to see there is just sort of like that description within the files.
Yeah, Godwin's gonna peer over at the records that Adam's looking through.
He
And
tried to
Around
warn
that point,
us.
Godwin just hears in his head from Catherine, "Hey, are you looking into like record things right now, like in regards to like buildings or something?"
it's like, and Godwin's gonna be like, yeah, we're looking
Um,
for. Yeah.
Nilo's when I was scrying on them earlier, it was made out of sandstone, or sandstone-like rock.
Sandstone like a rock.
I mean, I bet that would
Hmm.
probably be
Mhm.
recorded somewhere, if anything.
Well, that's the issue. Apparently, there's a. What was it? Was it was what
It
was
was.
the time span of the gap?
Are you telling this to? Are you asking me up this?
I'm just yeah. I'm like asking.
Uh, 10 years. 10 years ago, 3 to 4,000. Do I know around what date this would take place? Because I'm assuming there's a gap between two dates.
Like I said, it was about 10. It was about 10 years ago.
10 years ago.
Years ago.
Hmm. Hmm.
But there's nothing there. It's just like
There's not. There's a transaction missing about 3 to 4,000.
yeah. Is it? Does
Do
about
you say the Do you say the sandstone part out loud?
They say it to.
I
Yep, it's not. It's not part of Yep. Yep's not part of the circle.
they
I
say
I
it?
I,
Yeah.
I know. That's why I was asking if he was saying that part out loud.
Yeah. Not currently though. Yeah.
No. Okay.
Afterwards, Yip would you tell Yip basically what they're looking for. It's like no.
Hmm.
What? I'm
They
lost.
were well carved sandstone-like stone. That might help you out.
Sandstone.
Yep. Looks through
Yeah.
the
There's something.
documents.
Yeah. There was something bought 10 years ago, but there's
Mm.
no record of it.
Mm.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, but look back 10 years ago and see.
Mhm.
Hmm. Was the sandstone like weathered at all? Like, would it have been made
I mean,
around 10 years ago?
yeah.
Yip starts looking through like keywords for sandstone, imports of it, construction uses of it. Does he find anything?
There is no record of sandstone exchanges anywhere between that time period.
Hmm.
Any time period further back?
No. Let me go ahead. Let me give Godwin a secret check. Let me roll some.
Hmm.
Let me roll
Also,
some lore check here.
also, quick question: what all type of documentations here? Just out of curiosity.
So we're gonna go back to Suki. Suki. So you
Okay.
enter the delusional crack. Um.
All right, I have a question actually.
Uh-huh.
Because I realized that I realize now that Godwin asked Jin to come with me. Did that actually
No,
happen?
I did
Jin
not ask
declined.
Jin to come with me. I asked Jin to try and whip you into line, which I never got a response on. So,
Oh, well, I mean, Jin's not here.
yeah, Jin is not there.
Okay, so Jin's not with me.
No.
Okay, so it's just me. All right, yeah,
Mm.
and that doesn't we can play on.
Okay. Um. Let's see. There would be some. Okay, and you go into the illusionary crack, and as you do, it is a very, very it is a it would it's essentially a very maybe a constitution check, Suki. Before I just write
Constitution check.
fortitude check.
Constitution check. What the hell's a constitution check?
Hmm.
Is a nat 20 enough?
You enter this area, and you can tell the second you enter an area, you have somehow stumbled into a essentially it's kind of like a speakeasy for underground drugs. The air itself is very heavy with a kind of like smoke about the air. You almost like it is almost a little stunning for a second, but there seems to be a few people around various tables. It's more like the common folk. You can tell that this is like you see people of various different races here. There's various different people. A lot of them look to be sailor-esque. You can see kind of like burlier folk that have definitely been like on a ship. You seem to have somehow stumbled into a speakeasy for elven something, and it seems to be like the various races that seem to be coming in from the ocean here. And the air itself is thick with this elven, essentially an elven. What kind of drugs do they have in an elven city?
Mhm.
Um,
Probably some shit made of like
Hmm.
silver or
and
something.
like lesh,
LSD.
yeah, there's like leshy SD, um, leshy serious drugs.
Hallucinogenics and
Yeah.
absinthe.
You walk in, yeah, no, you are utterly immune to the hallucinatory effects, but as you walk into there, it is you kind of see a few people kind of shift their eyes to you because you don't really look like a sailor very much, but you can kind of see the just the faint sounds of a various like music that seems to dot the air. It seems to be of a magical tune as there's no one actually performing any music, and people just kind of seem to be making lighthearted a few different games that seem to be playing around, and everyone here seems to be pretty comfortable. If you know how to get in here, then you're someone that clearly is trusted enough to be able to be here.
So is this how they're responding to Suki? Or is this how they're responding to John Birch?
They're just saying John Butch at the moment. They're just saying you walk in,
Okay.
they're like, you don't look like
John
someone
Birch
from the
the
shipyard.
carpenter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't look like
So he doesn't look like he's from around here. He really doesn't, and he wears that, right? Like he's confident, but he knows that he's not from around here. He has almost this respectful kind of like posture, like he's looking around and he's not looking for trouble or anything, but he's trying to give off the impression that John Birch is the kind of guy that you could have a drink with, and John Birch is the kind of guy that knows what an honest days of work is, even if it's not honest.
I'm gonna see as you what are you looking for here?
Or okay. So John is going to mosey up to the bar and ordered an absinthe because that's totally a thing that the green fairy. Come on, elves have that
Yeah,
in abundance, right? So he's going to
yeah.
order a green fairy, and he's going to start eyeing the barflies here, looking for anyone who may or seems to have an air of importance. Some people who stand out as if they would have more information. So Suki's looking for an information broker, someone who knows things and is willing to give up secrets or trade secrets.
Okay. You see a few different people talking. A few of them seem to be quieter. The louder ones seem to be going on about this and that. There seems to be a captain or two that seems to be there. Most people are on a. It is a very, very light vibe here. Like I said, the smoke in the air. If you even, like I said, if you were any of weaker fortitude, you would almost feel that giddy nature of the essential smoke in the air. It's almost like there's a faint haze throughout the entire like speakeasy here, and it is
Mhm.
almost kind of like clouding a lot of people's like faces and like bodies themselves. But you're able to find some that are a little bit more quieter to themselves. There's some that are more loud in general, some that seem to be playing intense games of some kind of cards to each other. Which kind of person would you approach?
All right. So let's see. From what I know, it's the I keep forgetting the family name. Help me out. I
The
can
Uh,
As-
Anaxion
Anafian.
and
Anaxion, right?
yeah.
Anaxion. So from what Suki knows thus far, the Anaxion family has hired mercenaries and has kidnapped Nilo. So I think that Suki would look for someone that looks like they have connections. Uh, Perhaps a captain.
You see a guy with an extremely like flaunty like captain's hat that seems to be like waving it around almost nonchalantly. They seem to be barking orders like they're on a ship, but it's almost just joking like amongst friends. How they just kind of like they seem to be like just joking about the days of travel that they've had.
And what are they drinking?
They have various different liquids around. The haze itself is a little bit hard to kind of make out unless you tried their drinks personally. But the bars seem to have a good selection of alcohols there, but they all seem to be very light and merry in nature.
So I'll wave the bartender over, and John's gonna tell the bartender that the captain's next drink is on him. And once he's had that drink, John will go over and greet him.
You kind of see as they kind of look as you provide that drink. They is the waitress goes over and provides the drink to the captain. But as they kind of see him, they manage to like sober up and have a second just to kind of look at what's going on. They weren't expecting another round of drink, as no one on their own crew would definitely buy them, alcohol being the captain. No one buys the captain alcohol unless they just want to look good, but they do look and they notice you and they see are you do you look like a kitsune or is it just like an elf or what race are
I
you
look
playing
like
yourself?
a half elf,
As you
a half elf carpenter.
a half elf carpenter, you kind of look as he kind of looks over and you kind of have
You
that
know, you know, somebody
burlier.
somebody who works with
Yeah.
wood.
Yeah, you
I
so you
got
kind of
calluses on my
see.
hands.
Yeah, and you're definitely a burly, like your arms themselves are of bulging muscle. You have that body that kind of keeps yourself, that shows that it's been through, labor. Do you have a beard?
I have a little bit of I have some stubble, right? Like a little more than a 5 o'clock shadow, and it's a little gray.
Okay. As you
Just a tiny, tiny bit gray. Just enough to notice.
as you do that, you kind of go over, and then he kind of, as he looks over at you, he kind of gives you almost like a smirk a little bit as he drinks the drink. It's a pretty fast. It's down pretty fast. The captain's not really here to make a long night, as he does drink down the whole drink in no time flat. As you begin to walk over, what do you? As he is eyeing you up and down with almost kind of like a just a merrier look about himself, and just kind of eyeing you up and down. What do you say as you approach this captain?
So John is going to say, Captain, you look like the sort. Hold on, Captain. You look like the sort of fellow who knows a few things. Been around the docks now and then.
You're gonna hear
I
him.
was
Go ahead.
no, okay. I was wondering if you could help me on a personal inquiry. And uh, John will take a kind of casual, um, kind of like one elbow on the table, the other hand kind of like gesticulating, and he'll say, "I was wondering if you could help me with a personal inquiry."
You kind of see him, almost like say as you kind of do that, you see a little bit more of a grin come onto his face as he kind of elbows one of his clearly crewmates next to him as he kind of looks you up and down, and he looks at you and he thinks for a second. Well, usually, he kind of looks down at his glass. Usually, a drink is only enough to buy my attention for as long as it takes me to drink. Why do you think I drink it so fast? uh,
And
but
John will start to like bellow with laughter as well.
and you're gonna see. But of course, I could tell whenever, as he kind of looks up and down. Clearly, you know the way to get. Normally, I have to order someone to buy me a drink, but you attempt to do on your own volition. I appreciate that kind of aspiration in a man. You know, he kind of looks over. If you wanted some privacy, I think there's some areas here that we could probably have it, but I'd like to at least see what you're on about before we go anywhere more private. It's still kind of eyeing you up. I carefully could tell you're more of a younger lad, but anyone who knows how to buy an older man a drink, I can appreciate the gumption. It shows a respect for the elders.
And John just smiles, right? Like John smiles and seems to almost enjoy the company. And John will say, "Well, I was hoping to pester you for some information."
He kind of waves his hat around a little bit drunkenly. I can tell you that I have the biggest dock out of this entire shipyard back at home. I can tell you all about the seas, the giant ship out there. You know, that's mine. The leader of it himself. I got all kinds of information from every single seaside town on this continent and the next.
And John kind of leans forward and clasps his hands together and will say, like as he leans forward, he kind of almost whispers, "Do you know anything about the Anasion family?"
Kind of thinks, yeah, they're a bunch of weaklings, always out there flaunting their. And you kind of see as he begins to go, yeah, those fucking elves and the big old thing. You know, they've called so,
This this captain, what race is he?
uh, he is. You kind of look. You can tell this is it is a dwarf. It
Okay,
is
dwarf.
a very very bulky dwarf. A little bit, you know, the seat itself seems to be of a higher seat than everyone else, but you kind of hear him as he's just like,
That's why I didn't notice at first.
yeah, he is. As you get closer, you kind of see that his chair makes him look way taller than he actually like is, but you wouldn't be able to tell from a distance.
Okay.
And he says, "Yeah, those fucking elves, the fucking family over there," and he kind of, I've been trying to navigate around their goddamn rocks for the past decade now. Always thinking of leaving their rocks in the middle of the ocean. Always trying, every single time I try getting my ship into port, they keep leaving their goddamn rocks in the ocean.
How does one leave their rocks in the middle of the ocean, if you don't mind me asking?
Like I say, there's a mansion on the outside of the town. And whenever they're trying to build stuff out there, they just throw their rocks willy nilly into the ocean and just cause us ships trying to have to navigate it like I'm in the freaking icebergs. Ah, those fucking elves. You
And
gotta,
then, go ahead.
you gotta see as he's. I hope you're not working for one of them. I'd like to see that family burn. All those times with their rock magic. This is why I'm out on the ocean, not having to deal with the shoreline. They're corrupting the shoreline.
And John is actually going to smile a little bit. Specifically when the dwarf mentions that he hopes that John's not friends with them, right? Like John will smile at that point. And what's your name? I'm John, by the way. John Birch.
And you kind of see as he's his eyes kind of like they're a little bit adjusting as he is pretty drunk at this point, but he is just kind of says Captain Durangor, leader of the SSSS Fizzit. He clearly kind of slurred his S's there. Way too many S's than probably what is an actually named ship. Um, but he does give you a very, very strong, like, firm handshake.
Suki is going to give the firmest handshake conceivably possible for a little wuss like them.
Give me a fortitude check.
I knew I should have said it that way. Hey, that 13 again. Comes out to a 30.
Literally, that's for me. You grasp his hand bigger than than he grasped your hand. And like this feeling is like he kind of holds on to it a second longer, trying to like squeeze his hand harder than you're squeezing your hand, almost like just a test of like if he can actually outstrength your hand. But he kind of looks, haha, I knew you wouldn't be one of them. Kind of looks at you and you're way, way too bulkier than enough to be these dainty freaking elves, man. I fucking hate elves. I come to the city because they pay me, not because I like them. And then he kind of sees, clearly you have the better half than half of your elf. You're gonna look like, clearly your other half is way better. He kind of like shakes. What's your what? Are you half elf, half human, or are you half elf, half something else?
Half elf, half human.
Good looks. Clearly, your human side is showing. No dainty, skinny, thin-legged elf would ever have a handshake as firm as that. Tell you what,
I
I'll buy you a drink and you buy me a drink. And I'll keep talking about how much I hate them frickin' elves.
You got yourself a deal, friend. As long as you keep telling me everything that I need to know.
And he
Which is
will go.
go ahead, go ahead.
He just says he continues to talk about how the mansion was. He kind of says that how the mansion was once just the mansion's been there for as long as he's been alive, but over the past few years, he says that the ocean is becoming more and more dangerous as giant amounts of essential stone has been essentially pushed into the ocean without regard to the ships that have to go through it. It's almost as if the mountains themselves are eroding into the ocean, but none of the top side of the mount or the top side of the hills essentially out by the ocean don't seem to have any rocks missing, but there seems to be almost like someone is throwing massive amounts of rocks in the way of his ships as he's
Hmm.
trying to come into port. And he even describes one of the near misses that the freaking elves ended up causing him as he had to navigate out of a particular large rock that was carved out and put into the ocean out there. And he said that he's basically after in the past year especially, he's had to essentially take a different route into the city just to navigate a specific strait that seems to be more dangerous than it's worth going through, as the bottom of your ship, especially in the shallow waters coming into the city, could have problems depending on how big your boat is. The rocks could essentially have a risk of basically running alongside the bottom of your boat, which would cause massive damage if you were anything lesser of a captain than him.
Awesome. I have two questions. The first is this particular like where is this particular strait in relation to the mansion?
You see him as he
And
kind
the
of like he like points out, like he kind of like throws his arm like down on the table, even though there's clearly no other referencing markers, but he's like, those freaking elves right down the middle. I try to go to the quickest path so I can get out of this goddamn elf city as fast as I possibly can. So I go straight through the middle, where them goddamn elves put all the rock in the middle of the freaking canal. So now I have to take the long way, putting me in more goddamn time in this goddamn elven city. I freaking hate elves.
Mhm. And the second question that I ask him is has he ever worked for the Anasion family?
The only time I've worked for them is whenever they buy my cargo, and then I get the hell out of here so I'm not spending any extra time in the Elven City.
And what have you sold them?
Oh, they buy all kinds of trinkets, magic items. They seem to like these runes that I get from other places. They seem to buy magical trinkets. All kinds of things. Whatever them nobles want. They'd buy a magical cactus if you told them if you sit on it, they'd gain knowledge from it. Those things would buy,
And
those elves, freaking elves will sit on anything and buy anything if you say it's magical enough.
John will laugh at that.
I don't know how you must be new here. I haven't seen you in this speakeasy. Every single time I've come here, I haven't heard no John. Clearly, you found yourself on good company to make your way here. Hope you don't spend too much time with them elves, or you might get corrupted.
And John will say, I hope not. And or John will say, I have no plans on spending that much time with the elves,
Keep
but
to
I
your
do have to
human
get
self,
going.
you Havel. Keep true to your human self. Don't let any of them elves corrupt you with their elven magic ways.
One last drink before I go.
You got it. You buy me a drink, and I'll buy you a drink. It's the same drink that you're buying each other, but it feels special if like you're buying each
Well,
other a drink.
you know that's actually a thing, right?
Yeah.
It's rounds. You do rounds in other
You just
countries.
buy them at the exact same time, but you hand each other the drink instead of drinking it yourself, despite being the exact same drink.
That's hilarious. Anyway, cheers, friend.
Cheers to
Fuck
those
you, elves.
goddamn elves, and hopefully their business will have me out of here by morning.
And John's gonna throw that drink back, place it down. I don't know how much John's drank at this point or how
Mm,
long the conversation lasted.
pretty decent time.
Pretty decent time. I was going to find another person in the bar to talk to, or in the speakeasy to talk to
Mm.
see if I can like correlate their stories a little bit.
You while you were talking, like you could tell that like they had a set of crewmen around them, and all the crewmen kind of said this. Like they whenever the captain would be like, "God dang elves!" Like all the like crewmen would just kind of like give like a "Ha ha, here."
Mm-hmm.
Like they seem like it's not just one guy rambling. All the crew seem to be supporting whatever he's saying.
Okay. Is there
It's a
any?
pension for a lot of the crewmen that are going through here.
Okay. So like aside from this guy's crew, Durangar's crew,
Hmm.
is there anyone else here that I would pick out?
There doesn't seem to be any other captains here. This one seems to be the main captain. The rest of them just seem to be
Hmm.
regular dock workers. You could ask any regular. There seem to be a few people who have like even like some of them with like a tool belt on their waist that's still like from the day's labor. There's a few of the common folk workers around here that you could ask general questions to.
Hmm.
But anything in specific, if you ask them about the rocks, I would say that they would correlate the story pretty well. Just to
Hmm.
save on the roleplay
So
time, they would correlate it pretty well.
and in his words, it's like the rocks were being pushed out.
It's like the rock every single time. It's like every single time he'd come into like the strait, there would be just random amounts of rocks that are just like inside the river that he had to navigate around to the point where it was just not worth going in the middle
Mhm.
anymore.
So these rocks would be in different places each time.
Yeah, and the same rocks. It's like a building of rocks. He was basically complaining that like he'd learn a way around the rocks, and then the next time he'd come by, he'd have to learn a way around the new rocks.
Okay, so it's like a build up.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. So if there isn't anything else that I can learn here, I think that we can move on to Kenko.
I would say it's safe. It's safely corroborated. I would say at this point.
Okay.
Kenku with their nat one in perception.
Oh my god. Kenko with
Nat
their
one.
nat one in perception. So Kenko is observing the rabbit folk and trying to determine whether they're how exactly they're like
Yeah, I'll give you that. I understand what you're saying.
yeah.
Kenku, it's okay to observe. The rabbit folk don't seem to be any sort of trance. They don't seem to be any form of spell. A few of them do have kind of like whenever they're talking to one of the taller figures, the vampire figures, they seem to have almost this like completely blank, like almost no expression whatsoever. But then you see a few of the rabbit folk talking amongst themselves, and they seem very lively. They seem very, talking to each other. They seem to be almost laughing of sort. It just seems that whenever they go back, like whenever they get called to whatever vampire that seems to be around, they seem to kind of go and it's almost just like they're doing a job, and their job is they just like they've been doing their job for so long. They're just emotionless at their job, but outside of that, they seem to have like the general play of a regular like living creature. Like you even see one of them, and like there isn't like they don't show any form of dissent. It's just like they're performing some sort of job for whatever the vampires have them do. but then they just have like their regular life outside of that.
Can Kenko get close enough to a group of them that he could hear what they're saying?
Yeah, you'd be able to hear. They're talking about the leshies of the upcoming festival. How a few of them have basically gotten a chance or getting a chance to go, as some of the vampires are intrigued in seeing the leshies. As everyone, it's a festival enough for everyone to attend. They talk about how excited they're getting to go over there, as they hear that there was a full bloom of essentially a new set of Leshy farmers that specialize in carrots, and they seem to be very excited about the magically enhanced carrots that seem to grow around this time of year.
Okay.
But whenever, like, as you're hearing them talk, like, you kind of hear, as they seem to be very animated and talking, and then one of the vampires just kind of, like, says something to them, and you only see for, like, a brief second, just, like, a intonal, like, sigh from one of them, but then the second they turn around, it is just that straight, like, deadpan, like, look whenever they go over there.
Oof. Damn. Oof. Okay. So I think that Kenko will observe for as long as Suki is out.
Yeah.
So if there's anything else that I would notice, let me know. But Kenko is mostly just observing here.
Yeah. I'm gonna give everyone else a chance to say anything here.
Yeah, no doubt.
You can also relay any information to literally anyone at any point through your
Oh
mental
yeah, I
connection.
could. That's true. I could.
You somehow got on the trusted communication comm link.
Yeah, it's
I
true.
trust Suki, and
You
my
got on the
decisions
trust
are
list.
paying off in dividends.
I trust Suki to learn things. I don't trust Suki to tell other people things. If this makes it easier for him to tell people things, maybe we might get more out of him.
For the record, I
He's not.
suspected the. For the record, I suspected the vacation home all along.
You know what? Well, fucking played. We got there. It took us a minute.
Since it takes
I
a
love
minute.
that. I love that. I love that. The best part too, is stream does not have access to that chat. So they did not see the
No.
madness that we just went through for the last
Mhm.
45 minutes, going down this fucking rabbit hole, trying to
Another
like.
rabbit hole.
We're like,
Yeah.
oh my god, we're so close, and then we finally like put two and two together, and then the part's like, oh yeah, it's here, and we're like, we were right.
We literally.
You're right.
We got it.
We got it,
Yeah.
Zerda. Okay, so the location is here.
Oh.
Where was
Zerda like held my hand a little bit in the beginning and was like, here are the breadcrumbs you need.
Also,
They're all there. And I was
I-
like, oh great. And then I threw them at you guys and it was like, oh, there we go.
I'd like to remind you before
I-
session started, I literally says makes increasingly obvious hints until an NPC is like, oh yeah, it's over there, 5 blocks down to your right.
Hey, we
We
figured it
didn't need
out.
that NPC.
We figured it
didn't need
out,
that
and
NPC. We got it.
we figured it out, and then you told us. We're like, we got it, Zerda. Yes, you did.
We got there. We got
Got
there.
there.
Hey,
I said this
not
before
there.
this
I
session started.
I had it figured out. All right, I had it figured
Sure.
out.
Proud
I
of
just
you,
didn't
I'm
tell
proud of you.
anyone.
Cool, I thought it was.
I couldn't. It would be meta.
Yeah, it was part of why I was specifically asking about carting things out, because that was me. I was like, okay, you got a bunch of like stuff underneath the vacation house. Can we? Are there like things carting out sand or like whatever's underneath?
No,
They're
but
just
the-
throwing them into the ocean.
They were just throwing it in the ocean.
They're
That was
just
like, oh
pushing
shit.
it out to sea.
They're just saying, fuck it, we ball, and throwing it out in the ocean. They just don't want it anymore.
I was like, they could just
It's
be
literally
throwing it out
causing
the
traffic
ocean.
jams with the pirate crews in the
Which is-
ports.
Which is fucking
Hey, that's not a
hilarious.
pirate, all
Oh.
right? That's an honest trader that you're.
Nah, he's
you're
a fucking
Right.
He's a
pirate.
gentleman. He's a gentleman. I'm aware, but my point stands.
I completely blanked on everything he said, but I believe he's probably a pirate.
You just turned your brain off during the entire time of him confirming what we were talking about.
Exactly. My brain was
Yep.
busy thinking of what we are talking about.
Yeah,
But
my
everything
brain-
the pirate said was
my
I didn't hear a word.
my brain was tuned into what we were talking about, and then he started talking about the work or about the vacation home, and my brain's like,
Yeah,
oh,
I
brain
know. I
tunes
got
back
that
in,
too. I was like, wait.
brain tunes back into the conversation. Ah, you're just confirming what we just figured out 5 seconds before you started talking about.
Hell yeah.
I had
We
to wait
was
for
looking
because
funny.
Suki went to the only place that would make the most logical sense. The
It
Imperial
worked out great.
Fishing
It
Delivery.
worked out great. It worked out great. I'm here for all of it. It
The
worked
Imperial
sweet.
Fishing
Got
Delivery
there.
was the key.
Brio and Chuckles were just like, what is the question we need to be asking? And I'm like, you're looking at books for something that is
It's
not
un-
on the book. It's not gonna be recorded there's gotta be a paper trail. That's not when a deal happens under the table, there's no paper trail, guys.
I know that. Yeah, I know that. I was looking for anything
Yeah.
that would hit towards who they were, or any paper trouble for it.
what
I
is
know there's not.
We're looking for a paper trail that leads into where the
yeah,
non-paper trail would be.
Exactly. There wouldn't be one.
yeah,
That's the thing. We were looking for a dead end.
yeah. Also,
Yeah,
what does
you
Suki
look
tell
at
the
the
rest of
it
the party?
happened.
What does Suki communicate to the rest of the party after all this?
All right, so I guess Suki should go first then.
Yeah, what is Suki telling the rest of the party?
All right, so Suki would telepathically communicate to Catherine that the Anasion nobles have a sketchy operation just southwest of town in their vacation home.
Interesting. Is the vacation home like is that by the ocean or something?
Yes, it's on the coast. The local uh the local sailors are complaining all about it.
What are they complaining about?
Well, it's not up to code for one. What
That's
aren't they
valid.
complaining about? I mean, he is a dwarf. Don't
Yeah.
get me wrong. But he has a valid point. They're dumping stone into the ocean.
Interesting. Well, I mean,
And
when
and
I
and
tried on
and
them,
I did ask what kind of stone it was, didn't I?
You did not ask what stone it
No,
was.
I asked what kind of stone it was.
I mean, they would just tell you that it's the stone. Like they're just like it's stone.
Are
They're
you
dumping
telling me that
The
stone.
dwarves are not
They,
the
passionate enough
dwarf
about
would
stone?
not
To be specific.
tell me.
I guess, and I guess, yeah, I guess I would say, yeah, they would tell you that. Well, it would be like there was it's sandstone. They would be able to tell you that it is sandstone out there. Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, they would tell you that it's sandstone. They're dumping all the sandstone. The freaking elves.
we got 5 good high five.
Yeah, buddy. We
Uh,
got there.
just yeah. When I scryed on Nilo earlier, they had sandstone in the room, so that would make a lot of sense then. That it was probably in that area.
I actually thought that you shared that with us.
Well,
Yeah, they technically
I-
they shared it with Godwin.
yeah, like technically, it's kind of a one-way
Yeah.
situation where I shared it specifically with Godwin. It's not a mass text situation.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So then Suki
You
will
did
kind
tell
of like
me twice.
sarcastically like emote to you. It's
Oh no, I could
sandstone.
just or all of the other targets. So I could have just group texted that.
It's kind of like a Discord. It's kind of like a Discord chat essentially.
Yeah, I just at everyone.
Yeah.
Add everyone.
Reply all.
Reply
Listen,
all.
don't ping me unless you really need me.
How many times have you guys like pinged me and I just appear? It's like
Yeah.
what? Yeah. So bring up the sandstone and then I would just mention that to the rest of the group. Then of just like, hey, Suki found out that there is a lovely home situation that the Anasians have that are
I called it a vacation home.
vacation home. Sorry, my brain shut off. Look, I'm in my spa time. You cannot expect me to pass this along perfectly.
Okay, fair. Spot time is very
Fair.
important.
Yes, yes. And
But
I
this is
also need to talk
also
to Hero
important.
too. Okay, anyways, yes. Vacation home, sandstone. They built it under the home. They're yeeting stone into the ocean, causing problems for the port. We found our spot. We know where Nilo is.
Fair enough. We've done our thing.
Yes. Yes.
We've done it. Mission accomplished. Let's
Done
go
it.
home. Let's go home,
Anyway,
boys.
Godwin, what did
Oh.
you find?
Found books.
we found
Just-
we found the other locations of Anasian homes. We
Oh,
found
the ones we don't need to go to. Go on.
we found money. We found a money discrepancy. The Anasians apparently paid out a large sum of money to an unknown person 10 years ago. We weren't able to follow up on that.
Okay. I don't see how that necessarily helps us. But good work, detective. It's just not the case we're working on, unless you have some way to tie it in.
Well, one of the buildings we found was fair enough was the vacation home. So
They did find the
Mhm.
location of it. I will say they did. It does mention very clearly the location of it. There's like a little map with like a little tiny X on it. It just shows where the
Nice.
vacation home is.
we have the exact location of that home you're looking for. Or would you like to scour the entire island looking for a building?
Oh no, the dwarf was very specific with his routes and his constant bickering and complaining about the elves. I'm
Besides-
sure that we could just go by his description of it if
besides,
we really needed to. It's a mansion. It's not that difficult to find.
decent work. It's always nice confirming to have confirmation on information.
Yes, great work, detective. You managed to correlate what I found out.
Managed to confirm our suspicions. So,
So much smack
So-
talk.
Adam, what are you looking at?
What?
What are you looking at? What are those?
I
several
was
files on your table over there?
I was just seeing if maybe we had any options in any odd places.
Through
You know, I don't think they would
First
just make it
record.
obvious. So
what were you hoping to find and he's gonna like look over like the files that you're going through. Birth records.
wait, I thought I already. Sorry, I'm tired. I thought you already shoved it in his bag and went over to them because they were talking about the thing.
Yeah.
The record that you did
Yeah,
was
that.
you were able to get it in your bag without anyone noticing. You
But I
just-
still have the other
Let me
ones
get-
out.
yeah.
Yeah, but the other ones are still like out that you were
Okay.
looking
Yeah.
through.
Okay. I was making sure.
You have the
He says,
specific one.
Says, well, maybe they hid something in some. Maybe you could learn more about a tier or something like that in his family by learning more about, his birth and stuff like that.
When they were born.
Just
Yeah,
figured
try.
we could do something. Just figured it'd just be. I figured if they had to hide something, they wouldn't hide it in the place you would expect it to be. Is all.
Listen. I'm gonna be straight with you. I think you were looking into something yourself. And that's okay. This is a place for learning after all. I just want to be clear. You are not, if you're looking into some sort of personal issue, you're not in trouble. No one's going to get you for looking through police records. Even though they probably should, but I put you in here. You can look through any record you want. All you need to do is ask. So I'm gonna ask you again. What were you looking for?
It's like I said before. Just looking, trying to think outside the box.
All right. Just know, we're a team, right? All of us. Any
Mm.
problem you have is a problem for all of us.
Right.
Come on. Let's go. Come on. Our work here is done. It's time for us all to head back and enjoy a nice dinner. We've earned it.
Hmm.
And he's gonna relay that to Suki and Catherine as well. That they're heading back and they're gonna make food.
Sounds good.
Suki is gonna take a long road back.
Give me
Like-
a D100.
Twists and turns. And at some point they're gonna turn into a fox and like, just really go crazy trying to throw people off and just roll a 90 on the D100 there.
You see on the way back, you see what looks to be, and a little bit out of. Where, did you ever go anywhere near the east side at all on your way back?
Suki would be like on the bridge, maybe, like, or near the bridge.
Are you going down any shadier places on the way back?
Oh, sure, to lose people.
Yeah. On your way back, you see a
Is my
very.
disguise still up?
You're currently a fox at the moment.
I had an hour on my disguise. Did that run out?
Yes, it did, but you're also a fox at
Alright.
the moment.
Okay, fops.
You see what looks to be almost like a little bit of a almost it's down one of the more alley sides. But I'm trying to think where if you would have went outside of the city at all on your way back. I think you would have maintained all in the city.
Oh, and I'm gonna use the brooch of hold on. The brooch, the clandestine brooch.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that it would give me a bonus to impersonate a forgettable background character.
Okay. Let's see here. I'm trying to think. Hey, Gordon, where would be your apartment? What is your apartment outside of the main city?
It would be.
Is it
Let's see.
outside
Is
of
there
this?
like?
Is it outside of this map essentially?
I'd say it'd be probably over in like this district.
Okay.
Like kind of like within walking distance of like all the shops and stuff
Yeah.
and of the and like kind of close-ish to
Perfect.
the police station.
On your way back, you will see some blood stain. Oh, not blood stain. Some like very recently done blood. As you kind of smell that in the air, there seems to be something that's been freshly killed nearby.
Okay.
It is a little bit obviously not on your way to Godwin's house, but it wouldn't take too much effort to go out of the way to kind of track that scent. You can choose to pass it up. Depends on what your
Alright,
natural
so
curiosities would be.
something was killed nearby.
Mm-hmm.
And where am I now? Am I in the
You are
west
you
or the
are
east?
you are essentially around this area right here. It's a little bit more of the kind of like the park, foresty type area of here.
Hmm. All right. Well, I'm gonna put second rank invisibility on,
Okay.
and I'm gonna check it out.
Okay. As you manage to trail it, you find almost very. It's almost like it is around one of. It is at the base of one of the larger trees in the area, kind of almost nonchalantly, loosely covered up. But if there is it does seem to be that the blood smell is coming from something that looks like it's buried pretty close to the surface, but not too far down. Something was
Buried.
recently buried here, yes. Something that was died and recently buried here.
All right. Um,
You're currently a fox at the moment, an invisible fox.
an invisible fox. All
You
right.
see some red fur that seems to be around this area, just kind of littered along the ground.
Red fur. All right. I'm gonna take Wait, am I like an anthro fox or a feral fox right
I
now?
assumed that you were a feral fox.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'm gonna dig up the shallow grave here.
As you dig up the shallow grave, you see as you're kind of like digging, like I said, it looks like it was recently dug. It was mostly looks like it was just kind of covering it up, but you see what looks to be this creature, the one that you remember seeing from the bridge, and
Hmm.
it seems to have been killed. And examining the body, do you examine the body any further to see how it was killed? Because the body looks pretty intact.
Yeah, I definitely am curious as to how it was killed. Was it like executed?
You look along the body, and you can tell that it looks like it has been drained. And you notice that there was a pair of bite marks on its neck. And there was no letter to be found. The last time you saw this, the letter that was in its mouth that was telling of the people coming to from Quito to here was put in this creature's mouth and sent directly to the city, and yet there was no letter beside this corpse. Only one pair of fangs that seemed to be in this creature's neck.
Is it dead?
It is 100% dead.
Are there tracks that I could follow?
You look around, and it seems like it was making its way kind of like through the grass, and then out of nowhere, it looks like it just kind of stopped moving, and then the trail just leads directly to the tree. As if whatever attacked it did not make any trail going to it.
Godwin, where did you say that the Anasian estate was in town?
Ah, yes, the city house, and you give the location.
And is that nearby where I am?
It is not.
Why do you ask?
Passing curiosity. Also, we've been made.
What do you mean?
They know we're here. They have to.
And who's they?
The Anasian family, of course. Who else?
Walk me through it.
They killed their mercenaries and their dog.
The dogs ended up dead. In the city? Where are you?
Inside the city, yes.
This,
Killed the messenger, I presume.
this is complicated. Because why would they kill their own messenger?
You can describe the body and how it was killed to them, if you'd like.
Drained of all blood.
Drained of blood. Zerda,
That's what I saw, right?
is there a vampire in the Anasion family?
No.
That's what I was gonna ask. As Adam, is Adam and the others hearing this, or is it specifically between Godwin and?
That was specifically between Godwin, I think, just because
Okay.
Yeah.
they needed information from Godwin.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to know if I would be able to put input, but I wouldn't be able to. So
There
got it.
is, there. You would know for a fact that there was no vampires in the Anashian family.
Yeah. Also, just are we still in the records room, or have we moved from there? Just
I'm
want to
assuming
ask.
that you're making your way home.
Okay.
Yeah. You make your way home. Or
Yeah,
like,
I'm assuming you
right
make your way
after.
home. If you wanna say you do anything in the records room, just type it out after.
Good
Yeah,
lord.
it was just gonna be. I was
Yeah.
gonna write. I was gonna type out. They did a little bit, but
Yeah.
continue.
It's not the Anasion family. If it's been killed by a vampire, then I think someone intercepted it. 'Cause it wouldn't make sense for. First of all, it wouldn't make sense for them to kill their own messenger. What would be the point in that? And second, there isn't a vampire in that family.
I would consider it a crime of passion. They're clearly displeased at that we're here.
It just doesn't shake out. And where did you find this? Was it just lying in the road?
Not far from where you live.
Was there any attempt to hide it?
Oh yes, they buried it.
Buried. You don't want people to know.
And the letter is gone. It was carrying a letter, remember?
Yes.
That must have been delivered.
Reminder, was the letter sent for the first time we approached the bridge or the second?
First.
First.
First. Okay.
We would know about that, right?
It was announcing that
Yeah.
we were coming.
Yeah.
We were coming,
Listen.
yeah. Yeah. Everybody get home. We need the people who are part of that party in the snow globe and out of sight.
That
If
would
they
be
have-
Yip and Adam.
People have any inkling that we've actually made it past. The good thing is the letter has been sent and either intercepted or delivered. Either way, we've been sort of stopped in their eyes. We're attempting to cross the border, but there's no confirmation we're actually inside.
That
And
poor dog.
And if they send anything back, their answer is that we didn't get inside. But yes, this is quite interesting. Yeah. Just leave the body. Police will get to it eventually and conduct a more thorough investigation.
Yes,
We can
just
look
tell
at
them
that.
that a wild animal dug it up.
Sure, yeah. That's fine. If we need
undig
to,
a
we can
body.
look at it. if we need to, we can look at it in the morgue tomorrow.
Oh no, the dog!
Not the
Oh, no.
dog.
Not the dog.
Even though Saber calls it a cat, but it's clearly a dog.
No, it looks like a cat. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's not a cat.
But clearly dog. You make your way back. Everyone, I would say everyone's back in the mansion at this point.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
all, you
Everybody's back
all,
at
you
the
all
mansion.
reconvene at a beautiful dinner table, full
Beautiful
of food.
dinner table. There is beautifully cut slices of various raw fishes, all nicely like plated. A couple boiled like vegetable side dishes, sort of lying about for food.
Mm.
Does does Catherine come out of the bubble for food, or does she like, nah, I'm staying in here for it?
She has her own food.
Yeah, Catherine is inside. I would say Catherine's inside and
Hmm.
doing their thing.
Yeah.
I think Catherine was wanting to speak. Catherine was wanting to have a thing.
I just wanted to talk to Hero real quick and update him on everything, but just kind of had a couple things too I wanted to talk to him about.
Yeah, what do you say? He's
So
he's been training, just like Goku montage training in your training room. He's never had access to like this well of training equipment, and he has at least bench pressed everything in the room at least once.
she'll kind of come down and kind of knock on the wall and just look at him and just go, "So, looks like you've been enjoying your training stay at least."
Kind of see as he looks over. You see like there's a few different nicks in the floor where like clearly there was way too much pressure put into like a few kicks and the like. There's a few like scratches along the floor of him essentially doing various running exercises. His claws clattering against the ground. He's not exactly making a mess of the area, but it is a little bit hard for him to contain what essentially he is very intently trying to do at the moment. As you see him, as he's kind of taking a water break over by one of the endlessly decanters of water that's set up in the corner of the room. You kind of see him say, I've spent way too long trying to do one thing, and now the second I almost complete it, now I'm on to another thing already. There's seconds when you don't get to finish a goal that you set out to do. And now I'm having to hunt down those that gave me a goal in the first place. Sickens me.
So, a couple of things. One, we have pretty high belief we think we know where they are. Second, in regards to your fight with Nilo, because I think you still need to do this, and I think you're still going to do this. I want it to be a fair fight, not one where one of you has an advantage. At the moment, he is being caged, probably starved. He's not going to be 100%.
I fought.
Once he is 100%, then you two can fight.
That's perfectly fine. I fought him at the end of a tournament when I was drained of my strength, drained of my magic, and I still chose to fight a king that stands up there and does nothing more than judge a tournament for that entire day's journey. I put myself at a disadvantage. I wouldn't ask them to do the same.
Yeah, so I would rather you both be at your peak to fight, because that makes a lot more sense in regards to at least some of your beastkin mentality when it comes to fights.
I would never strike a foe of this caliber whenever they're weakened. That's not right. Now, if they spend the next 2 years recovering in fear of an eventual fight, we can have that discussion then. But for
Yeah,
now,
that,
I
I mean,
will
of
let them.
course, that's a different question. That's a different situation.
I will allow the
But
time for the cat to lick their wounds.
yeah, just give them some time to get out of this situation first. That's fine. That's more what I wanted to talk to you about and make sure that that was the case. Because as much as you talk about honor, I wanted to make sure you weren't going to kick somebody when they were down.
My fight currently is with those that betrayed the trust that I had in them, and they are the ones that are going to awaken or not find themselves dead by the blades
And I'm
they
okay
gave
with
me.
that.
You're gonna
That's
see.
fine.
You kind of see he has the two blades. He's basically been dual wielding both
Do,
of the great swords. Um,
do you mind if I just need to I would feel really good if I could just take a real quick gander at those blades to make sure there wasn't any potential scrying, teleportation, other shenanigans on the swords. Because I mean, you can keep them. I'm not going to necessarily take them.
yes,
I
you
just
may see. This is my, and he kind of says, this is my father's, well, great great father's sword. This one that was hung up as a prize or token of the
yeah
defeat, and then he just kind of he goes on a little bit about the blade, about its creation, about its make, about the one who originally created it, and he just kind of goes on about that, and then he just pulls out he just kind of looks at the other sword, and this sword is nothing more than a betrayal, some sort of, and you kind of look. There was strong magic on it, but nothing of detection or teleportation on it. Well,
okay.
correction. The only teleportation on this sword is the teleportation to the astral realm.
Yeah. No, it's more to make sure that that sword can't betray us later.
Nope. It
Kind
is
of a thing.
It's a surprise
it
tool
is
that
a
will fuck us later.
Exactly. That's
it
what I
is
was worried about.
it is a tool for the creator or the wield. Sorry, it's a tool for the wielder to
Gotcha.
use.
Cool. It's one of those. It's one of those where I just wanted to double check because in all honesty, I just I
Hey, if you're a
want
wizard
to
and you're
cover our
not
bases.
being
Yeah,
paranoid, what are you doing?
I will.
Exactly.
He kind of says, I will make.
In my own tower as well. Like
Yeah, in
I
your own wizard tower.
You guys he says, I will make sure that I send that rabbit back, or that whatever that rat-faced folk was, straight to the astral realm. Right where they gave me the sword, and now I'm going to use it to put it through their gut and transport them to the astral realm so they die of suffocation.
Can you give me some more information about the group that hired you?
It's not any kind of
Strengths, weaknesses,
it wasn't really hiring.
information you know.
And he kind of looks. They didn't actually hire me. There's no payment here. They told me information, and I went off that information, trusting in my own history and the line that I believe. There was no payment. There was no buy. There was no any job whatsoever. They told
Revenge is
me,
payment.
yeah, essentially, yeah. He's just like, they didn't pay me. They didn't even work with me. They just said that all I had to do was cast a light spell on on the king itself, and that would allow me enough strength to get through their cowardice shadows that they hide behind.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Okay. Okay. Um, okay. Um, yeah, that's fine. So probably in the morning, we're gonna set out, go to that place and stop whatever shenanigans are going on. How are you with fighting vampires?
Well, it kind of says, well, I'm able to, and kind of look, he says, I'm able to cast light whenever I need for the daylight. Vampires don't particularly like that. They like to creep away in their shadows, in their unhonorable fighting of behind the back and the like. If you cast yourself in the light, then they won't be able to as easily get and sneak up on you. Their dirty tricks will force them to face you face to face.
That's all very fair. I just bring it up because the odds of us running into one, well, to be fair, we might have to subdue Nilo, so there's that.
I can always
Just
cast
saying.
light on them again to make sure that those shadows aren't able to creep around them and for them to hide and
Oh,
pull back into it.
I'm worried about them going berserk at this point.
I do not intend to fight or kill. I do not intend to kill your king now, and neither whenever
Oh,
I rescue them.
I have ways to deal with him if he starts going too off the rails. I'll save a backup plan for him. Um, that's fine. I just wanted to check with you because there are Definitely some vampires as well as the elves that are here. So
From what
never
I've
want to
been
be too cautious.
From what I've learned over the past 2 years of visiting and doing the trade, the elves and the vampires have no love for each other whatsoever. If you find one, you will never find the other.
With how these ones are acting though, I mean, they're willing to do a lot of horrible things. But that's good to think about. Um, cool. I'm gonna go back up to my study.
I'll make
I'll
sure to.
find you if you need anything.
Even it'll be, he seems to be kind of almost just kind of rubbing a little bit at his father's blade. You're gonna see some memories that seem to just kind of like go through his head as he just seems to be kind of staring at it, kind of processing it his own self.
You have access to the blade. Use it to the best of your ability.
Just as I'll make sure to keep training so that whenever I see that fat-faced, whatever that thing is, I'll make sure to accurately fight it aside from all of its magical tricks. I'll strike it down before it even has a chance to speak an incantation.
Well, if you ever want to test that theory, I'm always down to give you a little brawl if you want.
I'll let you know that my armor itself resists magic quite well.
Oh, that's fine. That's totally fine. I have other ways of dealing with people like you.
You kind of see him with a grin. If I was any sort, if I ever plan on being a king, I can't be so easily taken and captured like yours.
Fair enough.
He accepts your challenge of verbal dispute at the moment.
I'm like, Catherine will fight hero. She doesn't care. She'll 1v1 you. Fucking, you wanna fight? Let's fight.
1v1 me, bro.
Yeah, 1v1 me, bro.
When we roaming, come on.
And we're,
What you
Wait,
doing?
you won't?
Do it, you won't.
1v1 on Rust.
Yeah, man.
it is now, bedtime all around. It is now everyone's kind of bedtime. If anyone has any last roleplay betwixt selves.
Yeah, Adam's gonna pull Godwin aside as he's heading up to bed.
Yeah.
He's gonna say, "Look, I don't trust you. To be completely honest, I don't really trust anyone. But that's besides the point. This isn't a matter of trust, it's more of a matter of safety. Thinking about what you said back in the archives, and no, I wasn't actually looking into the family or anything like that. I didn't really give a shit, honestly. He holds out the parchment with the picture of the woman and says, "I've been looking for her for a very long time."
Do I recognize the lady on the parchment?
How long? How long have you basically been like? I know you've been out of the Elven City for 6 years. How long were you in the Elven City after that? Like, are you mostly traveling outside, or do you stay mostly in-house operating?
He was born here,
Or we're
and
talking like in
he's-
the last, let's say, 30 years. In the last 30 years.
in the last 30 years, he comes and goes. Like he's traveled like abroad a decent number of times. But he also does like those are for like bigger cases and things that are dealt with in the Elven City. Like he does both, right? He travels
Yeah.
abroad, but he's not regularly taking like 6-year journeys or even like 2
Yeah.
or 3. Like the longest he's probably taken before this would be probably a 1 year out of the city.
Okay, so you're spending a decent amount of time in the city.
Yeah.
In that case, you would see. Give me a D100, the final D100 for the session.
So many D100s.
My God.
Roll a 1!
So Zerna, I'll never use a modifier again. That's
I'm
18.
just watching everyone just
Nice.
roll below 20s on D100s
Listen, this
You had
is your fault.
190. You
Give
had
me-
190.
Give me a society
Yeah, I
check.
know.
Society,
Yeah, give me
alright.
an actual society check. I'm just messing.
Let's see, I probably
One
won't do
D100s
that.
are way more climactic than 1D20s. You just can't get above a 20.
No one can roll
Oh,
high.
Let's see.
Society.
I'm trying to think, would my pursue a lead work here?
Oh, but I can.
No one asked Catherine their opinion on the matter.
Catherine already knows.
This is not any lead. This is no lead. There was no
Yeah,
lead
it
here.
wouldn't be.
There was
I'm
no
looking
lead
through it, and
here.
I'm like, nah.
Oh.
I did actually
This
roll higher.
this girl, it is someone that it is a definitely like you would need a little bit more information on exactly who it is. It's like having a random picture, mostly because it is essentially someone a lot older. They essentially left the Elven City around 11 years old. So there is you would just need to get a little bit more information from Adam. I will say if you are willing to prod Adam a little bit about the person and what they know so far, if you are willing to exchange back and forth, I can give you a little bit extra. But just a picture alone is not enough because it's not even an elf.
Well, Goblin does know non-elves.
Yeah, no,
But
but
yeah.
it's like yeah, you know what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. So yeah, so he just showed me a picture. He's like, I. So, who is this? Right.
She's someone who's much more dangerous than she appears.
In a way we should be concerned about.
Yes. I've been hunting her for the last 10 years or so. And I believe she could cause some serious damage. I've
And she
seen
was
what she can do.
she was born here in this kingdom.
That's what I've just found out. That's what I found out in those records. And he's gonna pull out the records that he found at the police station and hold them up to him and say, Cecilia Akuma. Does that ring any bells?
And that will, as that is, it was actually a wedding that happened within the city. Not wedding, it was a essentially something that did happen within the city. The original marriage of the couple, because you see the parents' names just right there on the piece of paper. It has the parents' names. You would actually recognize the father itself. The mother's a little bit lesser known, more of a almost from what you could remember and even recall. You've even probably even spoken to their parents at some point during your time in the Elven Kingdom. You remember that they did have a wedding that was hosted inside the Elven City themselves. The father was essentially an arbiter between several of the meetings, and now that you're looking at it, you do recall that there was a very charismatic young woman that was essentially, well, they're a child. I was not saying woman. It was a girl that would essentially, even at an early age, would essentially attend some of these political meetings brought on by their parents themselves. The father being the Azumar and the mother being the Sakubai. But the father was essentially a very big man with words. To say they were a peacekeeper would be almost giving them too much credit to while even though they were keeping peace, it was they were always achieving some sort of goal, and peace just happened to be the best way to make their goal happen. And you remember seeing, and you don't investigating the nobles here and there, but you know that the daughter themselves would, like I said, eventually once they got about the age of 3 to 4, they would start attending these meetings, and to the point where even by age 6 or 7, they were already like speaking up in these big important political meetings with an almost childlike wisdom that doesn't really come with various other things. It was a surprise. It's a more known individual within the elven society themselves, but not really outside of that. But you do remember eventually, about a few decades ago, you actually investigated the case where their father, the Azamar themselves, around the age of 12, along with their mother, both actually were killed in some sort of accident that never was actually discovered. The cause of death itself seemed to be some sort of accident, but all of the investigative leads that you took, you never actually found the what would be, you can only assume, be a clear murder of a high-end, essentially political peacekeeper, one that especially aspired to keep the vampires and the elves more at peace. And ever since the death of those parents, the elves and the vampires have been increasingly agitated at each other. Was once a neutral arbiter to keep the vampires and the elves essentially on neutral terms, now has caused the whole elven vampire kingdom to essentially start getting more and more tensions. And the one prodigy that was their child left after their parents died, and you were never able to actually find where that child went.
Okay, let me just. Okay. Yeah. So basically, yeah, God was gonna relay. Yeah, pretty much all of that. That yeah, she was this prodigy of a child who was involved in a lot of like a lot of diffusing of tensions in the Elvish government, along with her father.
And
And
to add to it, the father was never, to clarify, the father's and mother were never actually found. They just vanished one day. A high political figure vanished, and you, no matter what leads you took, nothing came up to where that highly political leader couple could have gone, and yet their child also vanished. But you know the child didn't actually like vanish like their parents did. They just left and didn't come back, but their parents were never found.
okay, yeah, is one of uh, she was part of one of the biggest cases in the city. The disappearance of her family. I thought I thought she was gone as well. And you're saying she's still out there?
Yes,
That Cicely's still. Hmm.
and she's dangerous.
She's
She's she's led a lot of people to their deaths.
hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if she had something to do with her own parents' disappearance, if that's what you're telling me.
If that's true, then this then this could be a lot bigger than some. This could be bigger than some petty like parent murder. Because she was very heavily part of the peacekeeping uh force here, and didn't and she is trying to stir up things now. when tensions have sort of risen.
I don't know what she's been up to. I've been trying to find her for the last 10 years, ever since she took everything away from me.
Took everything away. A person?
Would you help me find her?
And Godwin's gonna like straighten and give off and his vibe was more of like a concerned concerned friend. But as you ask him that question, he's gonna straighten and give off a more air of like a more like imposing vibe. And he's like, yes. On my word, as an interrogator of this country, I will find this Cecily. I will bring her to justice. The fullest under the extent of the law.
He kind of smiles a little bit and starts to begin to chuckle. And that chuckle kind of starts to come out into like a full out laughter. He says, he was right all along, wasn't he? That goddamn bastard. I'm just, you don't know how much of a weight off my chest this is. To finally have people on my side to help me.
Trust me. However alone you think you are in the world, there's always somebody who will stand at your back. And right now, that's us. Or, well, me at least. A couple of other of ours are a little bit shiftier. But I can guarantee that I, at least, will stand strong in my word. So, he's gonna hold out his hand for a handshake. Partners.
Adam takes his hand and shakes it, gives a strong handshake and says, yeah, partners.
And Goblin's gonna break out into like a wide smile. He's like, I'm happy. It'll be like old times. Having a real partner again.
And here I thought I couldn't trust cops.
I used to think I couldn't trust the wanderers.
I guess we both surprised each other. Good night,
Alright.
Godwin.
Good night. Looking forward to working with you.
I guess we
You
both
gonna
surprised each other.
we even go up to bed?
Good night,
Alright.
I think Adam's gonna go back into the snow globe.
And with
Look
that,
forward to working with you.
we have
You gonna
successfully
we even
concluded.
go up to bed?
I think Adam's gonna go back into the snow
The second I
globe.
figure out how to
Also,
actually raid wasn't. Go ahead.
Also, I
We have
unironically have something that could
successfully
actually help
concluded.
Adam sleep. It is the funniest shit.
What is it?
The fortune teller thing.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
still back after a drink.
You forgot you had that.
I was like, oh yeah, I can just make you pass the fuck out. Like,
I'm gonna be honest, I unironically thought you were gonna say the goody pills. Or what was
I
it?
mean,
Goody
Here's some goody. Here's some goody powder.
Also, we
powder, that's what it was.
have